And welcome to the Week 3 Saturday Showdown. It's a big one. The Bros against undefeated Gen G here in the LCK. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid for this fantastic occasion. How y'all doing after a week of upsets?
Pretty good. You know, I feel like this week was the week where everyone was like, yeah, it's really obvious, really straightforward. We all know how it's going to go. And that's exactly the week where you get the upsets. You know, it always works that way.
Yeah, I mean, I was so sad I was not there yesterday because, like, so many upsets are happening right now. And every time, I mean, starting off this week, do you remember we said that it's kind of a boring week because we can see the predictions as well. Like, everyone literally said it's one-sided week, but I guess it's not.
No, it's definitely not. And speaking of matchups, if you were a Bro fan here in 2025, Ox, you've only seen one thing from the Bros against Gen G.
Yeah, they won, you know? So if you're brand new to the LCK this year, you will have only seen Bro beat Gen G. There's no other way to spin it. That's just how it's been. Yeah, and especially given the form that Gen G had in the LCK Cup, kind of a surprise. And it's happened a few times in similar surprising fashion.
I like them having a Kingslayer title by themselves. Bros, I feel like they are performing even better when they're playing a stronger team. Like when we expect them to win, that's the moment where actually we disappointed on them. But right now, like whenever we see bros against like a stronger team, that's the point where we actually expect them to surprise us.
Yeah, well, if you take a look at the history between these two squads, 7-2. You know, Gen G has been winning a lot since 2023, but not as bad as some others.
Yeah, I mean, if you're being honest, do any teams have a good matchup against Gen G who are in the LCK? Most of them have maybe even match records that look worse than this. And not even just like the bottom end teams. Like we saw D+ the other day is on like an 18-match loss streak. So the fact that Bro, who have been towards the bottom end of the table, managed to get 2-match wins against them has been kind of crazy.
And from the graphic, we could see that it's only 2 zeros. That means if you get the momentum at the game 1, it's going to be clean up.
Win hard, win fast.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll see if they're able to do that as we take a look at the upsets that we've had this week. 2-1 KT, 2-1 BNK Fearix over T1, and then today we've got, again, favorites against underdogs. We got to spin it up.
That's right. It's maybe a week of upsets. It might happen today as well, especially it's game 1 and game 2, like both favored for stronger teams, Gen G, HLE. It's obvious, but Bros and Nongshim, I think they are known as a slayer.
I think that's the thing, is that today's matchup, they would be upsets, right? It's very clear that there's favorites in both matches. It doesn't feel impossible. Just the Bro Kryptonite to Gen G, and also Nongshim, not that far away from HLE. Definitely underdogs, don't get me wrong, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, we take a look at some of the highlights to refresh the memories of folks. 2023 LCK Summer, round 2, match number 88. Take a look at those nameplates on the Bros.
Wait, Umti in the jungle as well. Like I remember in a Bro time, I think Umti was the great player. I mean, when we see Bros, we see those kind of aggressiveness and aggressive engages, and that kind of random moments that they made could pull off the upsets against the stronger team, especially against Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to not really fall prey to the nameplates of the enemy team. You have to start the game, set your own pace to the game, and just really go in with confidence, which is, I think, the vibe that Bro had, especially as given that matchup against Gen G.
Yeah,
that's so good.
This was after Bro was out. This was after they were knocked out of contention. They had nothing to play for in terms of playoff qualification, and they still just decided to go hard.
Yeah, this is more recent game that we could see it from LCK Cup probably. Yeah.
Right, it's these guys. It's the same team. It's the same teams.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Like, it's not only Bro, but also Gen G. Whenever they play against weaker team, I feel like they're kind of disrespecting opponents a little bit more. I mean, sometimes you should not go for the mid prior, but they are stepping up, and normally like Roller getting caught a lot. So I think Gen G right now, they're more concerned about it. So I think maybe this time around it's gonna be cleaned up by Gen G, because they already showed up so many shaky moments against weaker teams.
The thing is, even though they show shaky moments against weaker teams, they've still just got insane records. Like, you gotta remember, this is the team that has had just the longest undefeated game record in the LCK. We're breaking loads of records last year, and yet still end up dropping these series to Bro, which is kind of crazy. You know, even if they do look weaker against some of these lower in the standings teams, they still would clutch it in the end. I think that's a consistent thing that happened, and it really takes an exceptional moment for them to lose a series.
That's right. I mean, even then, when we saw the lower third there, we just didn't have the highlight for it. The Damwon Gaming upset way back in the day. So when we think about upsets, what are the key points that you need to do here with it, other than Brotax, of course?
So for me, personally, it's all about the momentum. So also it's about the mindset, because so let's say you're the underdog team, then you're gonna think about that, oh, you're playing against Obvious, a strong team. So I have no pressure, and even if I lose, everyone will think the same, right? But maybe, I mean, they should have the pressure, so I'm really fine. I can just do whatever I want, and like everything is fine. So maybe they have the better mindset, or I don't know, like just fine in the environment as well. So I think that's the key that they can have. But also, I think the meta picks are not the key to like play against them, because I think they're a good team because they are really good on the meta. So maybe that this time around they should bring up some pocket picks as well.
I think it's important to play your own game. I think if you just, as you said, trying to match their style, the reason they're a top team is because they're really good at what is in the meta. So if you go a little bit off meta, which is especially easier to do with Fearless, if you lean into what works for you as a team and then focus on your own play. I think sometimes teams get too hung up on like, oh, we're against Gen G. Gen G will do this and this and this. Oh, we can't do this because they're so good. We can't gank here because they'll expect it. And I'm like, just go hard, you know? At the end of the day, if it backfires, you lost a matchup you probably weren't going to win. But I think like taking high variance, risky plays is the way you get an upset.
Yeah, well, one reason why Gen G are so good, I feel like we roll this every time. It is Chovy. The man in the mid lane has found yet another gear to kick into. While his team has had some high profile matches, he's continued to raise the bar.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there is still people who's thinking that Chovy is known as only farmer, like just farming CS. But right now, I mean, I think since 2023, I think Chovy changed a lot, you know, about his playstyle. Like he's more proactive in his playmaking more than just sit back and chill out, you know. I think he's now more known as a playmaker. And whenever a team needs, I think Chovy is the one who's pulling the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, he just has such a huge impact when it comes to fights, when it comes to those clutch plays. The one against T1 was a great one to highlight that. But still, you know, Chovy's still going to have insane farm, insane laning presence. It really feels like he's just such a well-rounded player and at the top of his game. So hard to deal with. And it really feels like against Gen G, if your mid lane is not performing up to a certain level, you just automatically lose. I just think that you, unless you're like, it's like the sort of rides at like a theme park. It's like you're not tall enough. Yeah, you gotta be sitting high. If you're not playing at this level, you just lose. It doesn't matter what else happens. Chovy just gaps you.
Well, according to the stats, they've got someone that is of the height due the bros. Is closer sitting 1 through 4 in many of the stats that we use to calculate for mid laners. However, they have been playing a little bit of an easier strength of schedule. Now have a big test here against Gen G. And we have an idea here on how to go about it in terms of the bans from D+ and Gen G. What did?
Oh yeah, I mean, you gotta block Chovy, right? It just, you shouldn't let him play any kind of Azir or, I don't know, you shouldn't let him play DPM or playmaking. So
Or League of Legends. I think if Chovy's playing bad time, you know?
no, I mean, you really cannot block him. Like, you really cannot stop him. So what's the key? Let's see, what are you going to do about it? So you are playing as Chovy, you're a coach.
You don't want him to play Azir, right?
Yeah, that's
You
correct.
don't want to play Victor.
Yeah, that's true.
Sylas probably bad too.
Yeah.
Aurora not so good.
Maybe put him on
Definitely not
Galio.
Ahri.
Like BDD, just put him on Galio.
No, he's really good at Galio too.
That
Okay,
too,
not Galio.
yeah.
Not Talia. He won the Corki game as
Oh,
well.
I don't think you played Cho into him. That didn't work either for D+.
No, definitely don't
way.
do that.
So what are you going to do about him? Like, that's my question, because I have no answer. So my only answer is that maybe in the Fearless draft, you can actually play 5 mid lane champion in game 1, so you can ban out 5 champions for game 2.
I think that doesn't work in best of 3. I think maybe in a best of 5.
That's right.
But even then, I think he's still going to have champs that he can play.
Yeah, and there's also great players surrounding him. Keen has been one of the best top laners in the LCK for such a long time and has been just consistent on this roster.
Yeah, when you think about the consistency, you cannot talk without him, Keen, on the top lane. I think he's also really good at attacking at the same time. I mean, normally you think about the Zeus on the top lane, but I think Keen, as a team, I feel like you are really okay having him just like, okay, Keen will be fine in the team fight. You can just let him play his solo lane. He's really good at soaking the pressure from enemy team. We often see him playing 1 versus 3 on the other side, and he makes out of it. So I feel like Keen is strongest part of Gen G as well.
I think that's the thing is a lot of people when they think carry top will default to Zeus, but Keen really effective on these carries and has been making big performances on them, but still super solid on the tanks. And I think that's really where he has the edge over Zeus, is in his tank play. But the fact he's so well-rounded, he can kind of play whatever you want in the top lane and have a solid performance, except maybe the Vayne, I guess, is the exception. But you can see with the champion pool, you know, those big four carries right now, the Rumble, Gwen, Jace, and Ambessa all in his pool, but able to bring out things like the Camille, the Gnar, but then still the Cassante, the Poppy, the Scion. When people think of Keen, they think how good, how solid he is on these tanks. He really is a player that can just do it all.
Yeah, so now we have Morgan against Kin, but I mean, we see often Morgan playing a lot of creative picks on the top lane, but it didn't work out that well. So I really want to see him just playing priority champions for the early game, like Renekton.
Yeah,
so
Renekton.
it gives a lot of space in the early game for his team. So I think that might give a space for Morgan.
What do we think, Digon? Does Morgan like Renekton? Do you think he could?
Do you want to see Yorick again?
I don't want to see him on Yorick. Please leave the Aurora for Closer. Please, Closer's one of the best Auroras in the leagues. We take a look at what the coaches think of this matchup. Coach Kim, we've prepared a strategy that will counter Morgan's preferred picks like Yorick and Mbessa. He forgot the Renekton, thank goodness.
Got the Renekton.
The victory will be ours today.
Does he
Coach
not know
Edgar,
about Renekton?
On a 2-game winning streak, I encouraged our players to sleep early to manage their condition. It's not always good to only win all the time. What? Perhaps it will be helpful for Gen G to lose for once. Yes. He's talking about Gen G, not about Bros. Yes. I agree.
Gen G's done a bit too much winning.
Too much winning.
I think. A little bit too much, you know. They deserve a loss right now.
Yeah.
Is that what he's saying?
I think that's what he's saying. Time for predictions. Dan, what you got?
Well, I went with Gen G. Crazy, I know. But I just think in terms of destroying Nexuses, they tend to be really good at that. So I give them the edge in this matchup. You know, I'm not believing in the bro curse. I do think they have the potential to upset at times. I just think today's not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G looks so strong. I mean, sometimes they are a little shaky from their bot side, but I feel like they're just getting stronger and stronger as a team. And I think there's really low chance that Bro might just kill this around because, I mean, it's just so easy for like Gen G right now. The meta is all about the objective control, all about the macro. They're really good at it.
You know, we're the boring analysts. We go for Gen G. And then obviously Digon, he's going to go for
yeah, right?
bro guy.
Yeah,
so
that's so obvious, no?
He's going to go for bro in this situation.
He's the bro guy! Wait,
which is...
wait. No?
Digon.
He picked for Gen G?
Digon!
I know, that should be fake, right?
Is this correct?
No.
Can we get
it's
this
fake.
verified?
No.
There's no way you...
No way! He actually predicted Gen G! This is a shame! This is so rude as well!
Digon.
He's known as bro. I mean, he actually branding himself as a bro. But now he's not a bro.
A little bit of a fraud over here?
He's not even paying a bro tax.
I am paying bro tax. We sacrifice
Not in predictions.
this Saturday showdown to win Thursday's banger against
No,
KT.
I think if bro win, you need to do an apology on the next pre-show.
Yeah, for sure.
And dye your hair green. What? Neon green, whole hair. If bro win today, I think you owe them that. That is your bro penalty.
Bro tax.
The bro arrest has come for you, and that's what you have to pay.
My heart's breaking right now. Everyone's so mad.
Do you agree to the teams? Do you agree to the teams?
The bro fan in me, of course, wants that. Yes, I will agree. If the bros have
Green
the biggest
hair
upset
and
of
an
the
apology.
season and defeat Gen G today, I will make all of the pre-show on Wednesday an apology, and I will dye my hair green. No! But the brain tells me it's Gen G. Let's get into it. Gen G versus Bro this week's Saturday Showdown.
Started with a whisper. I know I'll find it hard to lose. Counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been here before.
an unprecedented 2-0. LCK의 호랑이 젠지가 OK 저축은행 브리온한테 사냥당합니다. 어떤 분들은 뭐 경기 내용이 일방적인 것 같다라고 하지만 오늘 같은 날 의외로 그 기변 드라마가 나올 수 있어요.
젠지 화이팅! 브리온 화이팅!
오케이 브리온 파이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are back here on Saturday's Showdown, and we are getting ready for this one. It is Genji up against the Bros, OK Savings Bank, Brion, and this one in the LCK Cup was not close, but it was in favor of Bro, as we have said many times, and this one should also be fun, Wolf.
I did love that even though Krako's still ineligible to play, that he is here supporting the Bros and is interacting with the fans, playing the game where you push the crocodile's tooth and it snaps on you.
And his name is Krako?
Yeah, I would be honored to play that game against Krako. If I knew it was out there, I would have gone and actually had a go at it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one because Bro have been named the Kingslayers. We saw some of the stats on the pre-show. This team gets upsets when people do not expect them to do it. I'm not expecting them to do it. I did predict Genji. They're 5-0. They've only dropped 3 games so far here in LCK 2025. But Bro do seem to be ramping up a little bit. They are on a 2-match winning streak. To win today would be a massive upset, would also push them to a 3-3. So they'd hit 50 here in week 3, and they'd only be just behind T1 in terms of stats. So what a crazy turnaround it would be if they could make it happen.
Sole first place, Genji versus Kingslayer. Bro pulls the biggest 2-0 upset against Genji in the LCK Cup group battle. Yeah, I just feel like, as we've all kind of been saying it, we know that Bro is capable of it, but today doesn't really feel like that day, especially because Genji did get upset the last time they played against each other. So I feel like Genji coming out here, even Coach Kim is like, we're going to target Morgan, we're going to make sure he doesn't play all those weird things, we're going to play normal League of Legends. And that to me is a good sign because they're taking it very seriously. They know Bro is on the up and up, and they're not going to randomly get upset at the end of a group battle and be like, oh, oops, that happened. I think they'll be ready for this match this time.
Yeah, you can see the win streaks of Bro, their latest, their biggest 3+ back in 2022 spring round 2, beating KT, Hanwha Life, Nongshim, and Live Sandbox. All rosters that are very different than what they look like today. Remember that Nongshim BDD roster, the Hanwha Life roster back then was one of the weakest, if not the weakest in 2022. So not the most impressive, but still, that was their biggest as 3+. As they get the big upset wins from time to time, but turning that into consistency hasn't been Bro's main thing, so to speak. It's not been a common trend for them, but maybe today they get the upset to turn it into the streak, and the Bro tax looks like it's been paid, Valdez.
It's absolutely been paid. It's making this one a very close one. On the global side on X at LCK. You can always go ahead and predict for any Saturday Showdown that we have. Hashtag BroLever, hashtag pay your Bro tax. Make sure you guys are doing that in the chat. If you're not, otherwise Bro will suffer even more today than they might have. The Korean side votes are not nearly as close, Wolf.
No. The Bro Levers, the Giga Chads, are worldwide, okay? They're across the world. They watch the global stream.
Yeah.
I do think that there are some areas of attack for Bro in this series. I think playing through Hanbok and giving him Prio has been where he's looked the cleanest. And while there was a lot of discussion on the pre-show about Chovy and how it's difficult to target his champion pool, I do think Closer individually is having one of his best, if not his very best year mechanically. We'll see if that can continue. If you can have a stable early game playthrough, a little bit of prio, maybe you can catch Genji off guard here. Ruler as well slumping a little bit, I'd say. You know, he's still undefeated here in the LCK, but at the same time, some of his positional errors have come back to bite him. He has definitely tried to make some big outplays and has misjudged some situations, so maybe an angle of attack there. But on the other side, Hype has not lived up to his name so far here in the LCK. Looked a little bit better in LCK Cup, frankly, so we're going to have to see some consistency found there. But like what Did said, momentum is so important, and right now, Bro still have that.
You'd see that dinosaur there. That is obviously Palu. Just making sure for you guys who may not know, as looking for the very awesome Bro play today. Yeah, honestly, I thought Bull, he wasn't amazing, but I thought he actually played better than Hype has been in recent times. Maybe it's because they got the win, but I don't know. He just looked fresh. Maybe he had something more to prove. Maybe it was just a little bit of giving Hype a message, you know, like, hey, you're not playing well. We're going to sub you out. Play better or else. Like, that's kind of the way it goes. They're professionals, right? So
yeah,
you're always at risk of being subbed out.
That's true. You know, against KT, obviously, specifically, Hype is a KT roster player, technically, so they had to sub him out. But I do think that Bull proved that if that form isn't reached in some of these series, he absolutely could be the mainstay player here for Bro. Hambach also a player who has been summed out, and you know we know Kroko is waiting. He's actually just behind the scenes backstage right now with the team, not eligible to play until much later on this year, but still, Hambach really has a lot of time to prove himself, but he will absolutely have to do it because there's two players waiting and chomping at the bit to take his spot on stage. So a big proving game for him as well here against Gen G. He did it last time. He was on the roster. He was playing when they did take that 2-0 upset. And here's the bottom duo of Gen G. I think Duro has improved a lot. It's weird to say that, you know, Duro has found his footing and it feels like Ruler has not, but the floor for Ruler is still so high that it might just not be enough for the Bros.
Yeah, I mean, the floor is very high. It feels like he's fallen a little bit below that floor. He's reaching up to it again to try to reclaim it. So maybe it's an opportunity for the Bros with Hype coming back in, taking some time off, and we'll see how it goes. Unfortunately for the Bros, Gen G also have side selection for this first match. So that's just an added thing on top of everything else we've discussed. Chovy's form, Keen's form, Duro's form, and I mean, Gen G are just primed to take them down as long as there's no happy gaming, but never say the Bros.
No, and you won't be able to afford those Chovy bans that we saw D+ do in their series against Gen G on red side. Gonna have to ban the big meta bads. Kalista is going to be the first one they opt for here, even though we on the global side aren't 100% sure if this Kalista priority is as warranted as it has shown to be.
Maybe for Ruler. I mean, he is one of the best Kalista players I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But he hasn't, I don't know, you know, in recent times, I think maybe it's okay to let it go and just test him, you know?
When I first joined the LCK in 2021, Kalista was kind of fringe meta, but every single time Ruler was playing, it was banned 100%. So I learned quickly that he is not allowed to play it, and that will remain true here, at least in this first game. And Bessa taken away from Morgan, Coach Kim specifically calling Morgan out. This is what we didn't see T1 do yesterday, which led to the Doran game, where he was killed, unfortunately, at level 2. They banned the Gwen and the Jace, so I think this is a wise choice. What you lose, though, with that is the Vi. Their answer will be to take the Rumble away and play Wukong. A risky call here for Bro. We'll have to see what the rest of this comp is going to look like before I think we can judge it, but feeling pretty good about Canyon having a Vi pick.
Yeah, you know, you had to let something go, and we talked a lot about Chovy, we talked a lot about Keen. We didn't say too much about Canyon. I feel like he's better now than he was even in LCK Cup. He's still extremely strong, right? And if you give him Vi, he will take over the game. Aurora going to be selected. That can be a flex pick. We'll see if that does go to the top lane to deal with the Rumble. Keen has played it before. And Chovy, I mean, we know he can play anything. So, even expecting it to go top, and with Ahri available, Ahri Vi makes sense.
Wow, this is such a strong first rotation here for Gen G. First 3 picks are pretty insane. Now, the Taliyah is, in my opinion, Closer's best pick this season. In terms of what he's been able to do, his mechanics on it, his shoves have been phenomenal. His walls have been up and down, but that's not always what Talia is about. It's a big part of her kit, but in terms of just guaranteeing that you're going to get that single target pick is often much more important. When you have that, plus the Wukong and the Rumble to layer the damage, it can work quite well. But I do think this composition is going to require a big heavy hitter scaling AD carry for Hype. The Ezreal comes to mind. I mean, it's a very safe pick into Vi, Ahri. They already banned the Kai'Sa. It looks like Xayah is even safer than Ezreal is banned. I believe that Gen G will ban Ezreal in that final spot just because it fits the bill for what they need, and it's so strong into what Gen G have put together. I wonder what they're thinking here for this final one. Could even be like a Caitlyn ban, I suppose. Or a support ban, you know, something standard like the Alistar.
Yeah, Alistar...
That opens up MF Rel as well.
Alistar has definitely been very high prio, and does have a very nice win rate as well for a lot of games played, so definitely one of our best supports at the moment. I really love that Xayah ban against Hype. I just think that when you're running Ahri, Vi, and Aurora, taking that away as it scales really well as well is a good idea.
Yeah, a lot of deliberation about this final ban here. And Ezreal seems so obvious. Okay, we'll finally lock that one away. Now you can go for a Rel lock-in here, or an Alistar lock-in, and then save the counter pick. But if you go Alistar, it weakens their Rel. So if they wanted to play MF Rel with this, now you're playing the MF into the Alistar, which is a little bit less comfortable. Still fits Gen G's composition. I think they can absolutely still run it here, and it works even with the Alistar on the other side. But you're running Rel into, or rather the Misfortune into the Wukong and the Talia. So something like a Jhin that can follow up so much more safely from so far away and so much more consistently, I actually really do like here for Ruler. And we'll just go ahead and lock that one in.
Yeah, it's a good choice. It has a good laning phase and should be able to keep its distance away from the Wukong and the Rumble, hopefully. Thinking about the Rakan, want to add some more engage here.
I really like the Rakan, actually. Even though there's a Talia and a Wukong on the other side, you have so many different ways to engage that you should be able to find an angle in most scenarios, because there's so much different opportunities you have to set up for a Rakan flank, or if they use everything to try to block the Rakan, then you have the Ahri, etc. The Zeri is not quite as safe as the Ezreal or the Xayah, but it is still fairly safe, fairly mobile, does a lot of cleanup damage in team fights, and if you can hit a big equalizer, Zeri's full health, and she dashes through and ults in the team fight, you can really do a ton of consistent damage, because that's one thing that the Gen G comp doesn't really have. They're running Ahri, Vi, and Aurora. Aurora can do big burst damage, and the longer team fights can sometimes really beef up that damage, but it's not as consistent as something like the Zeri is going to be able to offer you when you already have so much front-loaded damage in the equalizer that can come out from Morgan. Ruler's also playing Jhin, so in terms of what these two AD carries do in terms of consistent damage, later on, the Zeri definitely wins out there. So if Bro can survive, and that is a big if, against the team that is the most oppressive macro team, they take a tiny lead, they turn it into a massive one, that I think there's a real fighting chance for this squad here coming into this first game. I think they put together something that's really good here, but at the same time, Gen G have this relentless, dive-heavy, insanely good follow-up composition where you can go for single target blow-up and just destroy Bro before they ever get a chance to have that real 5v5 team fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of our biggest Bro fans here. Kespa Cup, LCK Cup, LCK Spring. It's not called LCK Spring anymore, but I like the energy. You know, it's technically still spring, you know.
It sounds cooler than saying round one, right?
Yeah, LCK round one, and then round two as well, maybe. We'll see. I like this comp from Bro. I feel like they give themselves a chance here in this game, and that's really all they can ask for. Let's hop into the Rift for game one.
생선까지 30초 남았습니다.
Game number one starts right now. A lot of the upsets that Bro have gotten have been 2-0s, as was highlighted during our pre-show. Will they get this first game? They got to win on red side, and then they got to do it again if they're going to get the 2-0. And like I said, I feel like they gave themselves a chance with this draft. I think closer is going to be incredibly important to try to provide some kind of wall against the Gen G dive here.
Yeah, Hype went Ghost, which I do actually think is very smart because, you know, in terms of the cleansable CC you have, it's not really going to be very impactful in these fights. If you get caught, you get caught. And having the Ghost to follow up on team fights, to look for potential all-ins in lane, is going to be arguably much more valuable. And Hype is a player, for me, who I've watched him throughout the early days of his career. I've loved having him on one of those late-game carries, where he can be the one who cleans up the fight. And it's his 45th game of Zeri. It's his second most played champion across his career. There's a ton of comfort on this pick. And so I don't think you could ask for a better draft for him, better setup for him, as long as he plays respectfully.
Yeah, and we do see that Alistair is on a big win streak here, 10-4.
Yeah, you mentioned that win rate is pretty insane.
Yeah, Peter getting a win. We do have a big trade going the way of Ruler and Duro here. I mean, Alistair doesn't really do anything, and the angle was kind of weird for Hype going to the left, and they got caught in a rough spot. So that respect you wanted to see shown in this lane.
Yeah, it's a really awkward angle
Great.
for Hype when he went for that one minion where he was actually going over to the left side, put him in a really awkward spot. Now they lose level 2, of course, and Duro has heal, which is something that Hype and Palu did not budget into their summoner spells, and he has just the fact that Rakan will heal with his Quill. So that is feeling pretty good for sustain and winning that push, as this unfortunately hasn't been great for the Talia, except when you're closer. So maybe that's a boon for them, potentially. As you can see here, still continues to be a small issue in this laning phase, but it's level 1 Alistair, that's pretty common.
Laning issue is being had here. Meanwhile, a laning issue in the top lane. This is another thing, you know, you blind pick the Rumble. It's a fantastic pick, but you're playing into Keen, and he will punish you. He is one of the players, like we saw Zeus do with the 80 Nidalee against the Scion blind, right? He will pick the Aurora top and say, okay, well, you just don't get to play the game. At least early on, right? And they're going to get a lot of wins in the bottom lane, in the top lane. Mid should be somewhat even, and you're really just kind of vibing from there, and you're getting a lot of objectives.
It's the prio issue, and it gives Canyon a ton of agency. If Canyon is able to have a successful gank here in the top side of the map, like if Keen gets ahead, like he's obviously already a little bit ahead from just natural laning and the pressure he's put on here, but if he gets a kill, gets accelerated, then the matchup just becomes so unplayable for the Rumble because the burst damage is going to be there for trades and aggression. And speaking of aggression,
yeah, I mean, we have Hambach here, so Chovy going for an aggressive trade, didn't have vision, and he gets punished for it. Meanwhile, Hype, nice glide over the wall. Palu's still going to take a little beating off of the back of that trade.
This is the natural way Gen.G wants things to be going. You know, a little bit of pressure here in the bottom lane. Top side, you had the counter pick, you're winning there. Chovy losing flash, that's the one part that's not ideal. Good play there from Hambach, even pre-6 making something happen. And, you know, going in at the right timing after Chovy had used his kit. That's exactly what you want to see. But it's still definitely, for Bro, a playable game. You know, a lot of the time when you're looking at 4.5 minutes for Gen.G versus one of our East Side teams, you're like, well, probably done by now.
Go We have had a lot of games, I feel, end at around 10 to 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's my whole thing I've been focused on this season, where I'm like, please don't flip on second grubs, please. And
second grubs are just the new age Rift Herald.
Yeah.
It's like, we got to flip on something. If we are an LCK team, please don't give up the cannon. Okay. Ruler going to get it. As the swap comes in here, right at 5 minutes.
If, you know, for example, Bro are able to set up some sort of grub fight where a Zeri moment happens, you know, if they flip it and they get the Zeri, sure, that's amazing. Like, wow, that's the best case scenario. But against this comp that snowballs so incredibly well, if you're not set up perfectly for that fight, if your Alistair doesn't have level 6 for that second grub fight, you're not set up in a way where you can actually force that, you probably just walk away from this Vi, Talia, Aurora composition and say, all right, you can have those early objectives, we're scaling.
Yeah. I mean, those moments are big. We saw that, I remember Diablo did it on Callista against DK, and that was where B&K got their one win against DK. It was a 4-kill fight in the bottom river where DK didn't exactly respect them.
By the way, I think the Observers are showcasing this. Morgan stayed for so long, he does not have teleport, and Keen is just going to send this wave, and he's going to be so late to come over and catch it, which means it was almost an angle here for a contest by Keen on this dragon. He's not able to quite get over there. They don't suss it out. It was a good control word there. So Bro actually kind of sneaked this one away. And that's a huge boon for them. That's a ton of additional time for this area to come online later. She bought a cull as well. Despite being down in CS, that cull will kind of shore up the difference once it is completed much later on.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, one small win, but it feels pretty huge for what their comp is trying to do.
I mean, it's better than nothing. You're still losing 2 lanes. You are still going to lose all 3 grubs. And as you said, the biggest thing is that it buys time if we do get a really punishing Dragon Soul that comes through here, like a Hex Tech or even a Mountain. I feel like could be really rough, especially as a dive comp that's ahead. If you get Mountain Soul, you just kind of run at them with all your shields and do whatever you want and never really are in danger. So
Yeah,
it's
like
something they got to worry about. But right now, bro, they need to figure out their lanes because their 80 carries 20 CS behind in 6 minutes.
Yeah. Hambach will get 6 off of that mini popcorn chicken, but not going to be able to turn it into a fight or anything like that. It is definitely not great that I think next to Hextech, the best soul for Bro probably would be the Cloud Soul for how well all of these ultimates work together in the team fight, but it's not going to be Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
So, like, what I'm getting at here is, like, that one already is gone off the table. You got Cloud, you got the additional stats for it, but I would have really felt good for them if they had a 2 Drake lead and it ended up being that Cloud Soul popping up.
Yeah.
And not just because I'm an enthusiast like Atlas.
So you're an enthusiast now. You're joining the Cloud Soul Club.
Yeah.
You didn't really have a soul. A lot of us don't really have a soul. You know, obviously Cloud Atlas was Cloud, and Aux kind of, unfortunately, is Chemtech. But yeah, nobody else really claimed a Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
We did do that AMA where we like chose the dragons that we are.
Does anyone even remember what we said?
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and look.
I think I was Hextech. I'm not sure.
Everybody wants
I
to be
think you were
Hextech.
Infernal.
Probably.
It's also pretty good.
I do get angry from time to time.
Yeah, it's just angry dad wolf energy, you know.
Should have seen me yesterday if you guys didn't watch about my reaction to that D+ draft in game 2.
Yeah.
Still won swimmingly. It was not close, but I was not happy. Anyway, yeah, there's a lead everywhere except the 40 gold in Closer's pocket here.
The Closer stripe.
Yeah.
Yep.
More like a pixel.
The Closer dot.
Yeah.
You know. I think that Chovy, he took that awkward trade and he lost his flash, so he fell a little bit behind. So for all of you Chovy CSing enthusiasts out there, don't worry too much. I'm sure he'll catch up at some point.
I do think that this bottom lane needs some help, and now that Wukong has level 6, he's had it for a while, you know, putting some pressure onto this pushing bottom lane would probably be wise. He is, you know, has some control vision towards the top part of the river, but there's a really nice ward there denying any sort of gank for him to come over and try to really impact the lane directly. He's going to just get this crab, and I don't think he's going to be making any trips down there, unfortunately. But Canyon is making a trip up here, and this is the Aurora lead I was talking about you don't want to deal with if you're Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, the ult comes out, and he's going to throw the equalizer, but it's not burning the cannon fast enough. Nice flash, though, from Morgan. That's going to get him out of time, so the equalizer actually does help. It gets the entire wave away, and he's able to flash away from the Vault Breaker, and Canyon just saves his flash.
Yeah, a bit of an early ult, I think, from Keen. Did bait out the equalizer instantly from Morgan, but he knows, like, as soon as he sees that ult, he's like, a dive is coming, I need to clear this wave. Like you mentioned, he didn't hit the cannon, but the flash was enough because the wave was so thinned out by the equalizer that it was a little bit disjointed. Canyon now still has ult. Hambach is going to push him away.
Yeah. At the same time, as you mentioned, you know, Canyon gets a lot of value just taking the flash away. Might show himself up there again sometime soon. Very naturally, just through the lanes, Gen.G have been able to get 1,000 gold in the lead, so they're still enjoying a lead even with no kills at 10 minutes. So we're officially in Bro and Brew territory.
Yeah.
Wolf is enjoying, looks like a coffee.
Yeah, a little coffee.
Yeah, I'm just drinking water today.
That's
no barley tea.
That's wise.
That's my Aux drink. When I cast with Aux, I don't know, I'm just always drinking a barley tea.
I was going to get one, but I just kind of forgot. I got caught up in the Saturday Showdown.
Yeah, it's pretty hype. Chovy's missing CS. Is he off his game?
It's all right. You know, he's up 1. He's up 1. He has the most farm in the game.
Has he forgotten how to CS?
I think he still knows. That's just my take. I mean, I'm feeling like,
yeah,
I feel like he's still human, you know, and
I thought he was a god, and now I'm kind of disappointed. I mean, we watched him in real time miss like 3 CS.
True.
Jonas Strong zoomed in even. He knows.
So what if it is a Hextech Soul and Hambach just gets this for free? I mean, that might be what we see here, because a little bit of prio going to the bottom lane here for Closer, and obviously with Canyon going for grubs, it just looks like, sure, you're going to give up 6 grubs for this, which feels really bad, but see what the soul ends up being, because that's kind of RNG here for Bro, how much value they get. Obviously, the stats for these first 2 elementals are nice, but if it ends up being Ocean, you're like, or Chemtech, yeah, you're like, not feeling as great about those now.
Yeah, I'm just going to say one time, Ox is here today. He's obviously just busy paying his bro tax or something, I don't know. But yeah, we are going to have a Chemtech soul.
It is bro tax season right now.
Yeah, it is. The deadline was recently. I hope you filed for your extensions if you didn't go for that. Still a lot of time to pay bro tax in this LCK tax season.
It's quite easy to file, so
yeah,
I would recommend getting it done. Just make sure your Twitch chat is connected.
You know the meta nowadays, I feel like Drakes are kind of fake. I feel like...
Yeah, I can kind of feel you on that.
I feel like at least in the LCK, because we have pretty low action, and if we do have action, the team that gets ahead very often just wins. I feel like it's a very pure form of League of Legends that feels almost solo queue-esque, but it's definitely not. Where it's like, if you win lane, and then you're good at team fighting, you're going to win a lot of games. You're going to win almost all of your games. And you can let the enemy team get to Drakes, and maybe it's a Chemtech soul, or maybe they even get, you know, another Drake, or you get a couple. But if you're far enough ahead, you're just going to win the game anyway. You know, those 2 Drakes aren't going to help Bro win the game.
There was that interesting stat that was coming up a lot earlier this week about 6 grubs actually having a really low win rate, which was bizarre, right, to think about. You know, it's like the more grubs you get, the less like you're... That's not what it means. I actually think part of that stat, for the LCK specifically, especially like 5 grubs having such a great win rate, is it meant the teams were fighting and contesting second grubs, losing that fight and losing the game while getting 1 smite on the 1 grub and then losing the game there. And so the team that got 5 was winning because they had control and they started grubs, right? Like,
yeah.
And then for 6, I think a lot of those were just the games where the smarter team realized, like, hey, we can't contest grubs, we're going to scale, we're going to get dragons, and they're going to get some more impact out of something else later on.
They're getting plates, they're winning lanes, they're getting more CS, they're just getting ahead, and then they lose the grubs, but the enemy team doesn't get to use the grubs.
But Bro in this game got no plates, got no lane leads, and got 2 dragons, which are valuable on their own, but it's leading into a Chemtech soul, which isn't the worst thing that could happen for this comp, but it's definitely it's not a comp that's good for it. Is Hambach is getting collapsed on.
Yeah, just gonna ult, no clone. He's got to get close to the wall if he wants to get away from this one, but the lockdown is insane. Canyon, though, getting pretty low himself as the damage does come out from Closer, but it's not quite enough. As King comes over and Closer dips. It's first blood for Gen G.
Yeah, I think in that moment, Closer was like, he had his finger hovered over the R key, and he was like, I'm going to get out of here when it gets bad, but let's see. Let's see if you have enough damage. He unfortunately did not, alongside Hambach there to try to take Canyon out, and just, like you said, had to dip. So, plate gold in favor of Gen G. 6 grubs with the Aurora having a lead, so she can shove, you know, really both the Rumble and, to a lesser extent, the Talia out of these lanes a lot of the time. It's going to feel pretty good. It's not like, you know, there's a Gwen in this side lane that's going to be pounding on the turret, but still feels really good here as Chovy's going to miss.
He's got Ruler in the river. He's got a lot of help here, actually. Morgan drops the equalizer, hits nothing. And now, I mean, he's just a sitting duck. He could have died to just Chovy, as Morgan's going to stand still for a moment, knowing he's dead. There's nowhere for him to go unless he immediately backed and immediately tried to flash away, but even then,
you could see Hype pushing this as fast as he can. I think the call there from Hype is like, look, I can't get down there. Just let me push this, like, try to live as long as you can, don't flash. And Ruler's coming, you can't outplay this. You know, it's not going to be one of those King in 1v2 moments we've seen on the Rumble, not in this scenario. And so he just pushes the wave, and unfortunately that doesn't really give him any advantages. Ruler still gets the majority of the money, and this turret is now under fire here. And if you look at the cross map, Closer has a little bit of control top side, but nowhere near what is going to be this first brick going over to Gen G. So another kill or another objective will secure them feats of strength here. 3,000 gold to lead. And this is what I was talking about Gen G being one of the most oppressive early game teams. You get them a small lead, and suddenly you look up there and you're like, how is it 3K?
Yeah. It's over 3K, slightly, and they have 6 grubs. And when you're winning lanes, you can use the grubs, actually. And,
yeah.
You know, there hasn't been a lot of action. It's just been Gen G kind of waiting for Bro to make mistakes. Like, they went for that one dive top. They didn't overpush it. They're like, okay, we got the flash. Then they gank, they got Hambach in the river. And then they got Morgan in the bot lane. And outside of that, they've just been naturally winning lanes. Nothing very flashy. They're not doing anything super special. It's just classic.
It's another turret.
Pure League of Legends. And yeah, it's going to be another turret here. As bro, they've got one thing. It's the dragons. So they're going to try to get the Dragon Soul. Palu going to get rooted. Doesn't ult. Going to lose more than half his health as bro comes over. And they say, we are going to contest this. And so will Gen G as the slow comes down onto Closer. There's the charm. Already a lot of poke damage coming in here. And not even a full commit is now. Bro are going to be the ones that commit on into Canyon. They get him down. Closer surviving, actually. But the last shot is going to come through from Ruler to get that kill. Chovy getting super low, but he will survive till the very end as Palu also gets taken down. Enduro will be traded out here. Looks like Hype will get the kill. But it's still a winning team fight to Gen G.
That was so close to being a certifiable Zeri moment where Hype walks away with 3 kills, the engage was good, and it was a scrappy fight. I think Bro were feeling the pressure, decided, hey, we have to commit, we have to force. And if we just sit back and let them take this, we're just going to lose too much control over the game. But I don't think that the setup, unfortunately, was quite enough. As they were able to clear out vision here, Palu takes a ton of damage. Hype is ready and set for this fight. Morgan's on the cross, right? So when you have a Wukong and you have the ability to get in, like Keen's already dropped his ultimate as well, which is pretty risky here for Gen G, because now they don't actually have a ton of peel. Rocks are down early, and then the engage here from Hambach is fantastic. As it looks like, meanwhile, Palu is going to die. But they don't actually have, at this stage, enough damage to turn that into that winning Zeri moment. Like, if Hype wins that fight and cleans up, like, which was so close to happening, if they didn't have such a deficit, then Bro would be feeling amazing about how that fight went. But instead, because they lose it, that might have been their last real fight they get this game. Now 5,000 gold nearly behind.
It's rough. It's very early to be this far behind for the Bros. And, you know, we'll see if they can come back in the team fight. I like the look of the team fight, as you were kind of highlighting. This is how Palu got picked. Only Ruler was in vision. He tried to headbutt the back, and it's just sadness. President Palu, nobody was there to get down for him. And,
더 그냥 레전드 설계. 나 붙어줄게.
He was very pleased with his setup.
yes.
And I mean, it happens, right? But this is where we start to get to the point of the game where Gen G have ultimate control over the objective. Like, how many more wards could Gen G have around that Herald Pit? Like how many more?
Like, they could have 3 more control wards over there.
Yeah, I guess that's technically true.
Yeah.
And, you know, Duro is restocked on his trinket, so I guess, you know, I guess they could reset some of those.
Yeah. This comp from ahead, by the way, is pretty disgusting.
Yeah, the Aurora doesn't let you play the game.
The Jhin as well, even the Ahri, you never have to fully commit when you're ahead. I think when you're behind, you don't really have the damage, but like when you're ahead, you just throw out a charm, you throw out a deadly flourish, you throw out Aurora stuff at them, and you're like, okay, you're basically dead now. You don't get to do much. Over the wall comes Palu, trying to get on top of Keen, but the redemption comes in. The Aurora ult is there as well. Palu is eating turret shots in this dive, as Hype is not able to save him, not able to save anyone, as now the chase continues. Hambach is going to get this one down. Duro taking a bunch of damage. Keen getting low as well. As Hambach, the flash comes in. We do have Hype with the kill. He will get on the board here. Ruler, though, going to open up as, oh, the wall is perfect. Going to deny it, but still Hype goes down. Closer, he tried, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, Hype trying to flash there. Still goes down. Hambach, maybe?
Yeah, he's dead eventually. Really, the only question is, who's it going to die to? Nice try, Hambach. As the scanner was already there, they knew he used it.
Yep.
It's not going to happen.
Oh, unfortunate. And, I mean, the thing about that dive setup for Bro in the first place, they just didn't really have a wave, you know? Like, there's so many minions down before they even go for this, and it's cleaned up by Keen, so when they actually end up starting to fight here, Palu is just, like, aggroed by the turret instantly, so he's just dead and can't do anything. Even with his ultimate, he's not going to live for very long. They end up having a nice angle here. Like, Hype can do a ton of damage with the setup here from Hambach, and Keen goes a bit too far forward, so they end up getting a second kill on this Zeri. But the problem is, look at the rest of the map. Like, there's just no control here, and the follow-up is so easy for Ruler. Ooh. Love the wall, but you know, ultimately still, even with the flash attempt, dead hype and dead Hambak as Canyon took the long wraparound to guarantee there was no way out. Kill goes over to Ruler as well, has 5 kills now in this game. In that fight, he already had his Ghost Blade and Rapid Fire Cannon. Now he picks up a BF Sword, Crit Cloak. He is large.
Yeah.
And the Runins is done for hype now, but doesn't feel as good to hit that 2-item spike when you are 5,500 gold line.
Yeah. It's a pretty substantial lead. I mean, it hasn't gotten that much bigger yet.
The gold graph is coming, right? Like,
yeah.
We'll see.
they're holding on. They still have a Zeri and a Rumble. You know, there's ways to do this.
I think if Gen G overcommit into a Wukong ult or into the shove, like there's a lot of counter engage. There's a lot of defensive tools here. Even they don't have a Scion, you know, they don't have an Ornn, they don't have a big frontline tank. They have that really defensive setup with Wukong and Taliyah into these collapsing champions. Even the Rakan, we mentioned, it's not easy to play that into this comp. There's just so many tools that maybe it doesn't matter. But if they overcommit or if they have like this haphazard engage, maybe Bro can actually win a team fight, and that would be one step in the right direction. I don't think it's unwinnable. I just don't think Gen G drops the ball all too often as a team, as an org 5-0 here in LCK 2025. But I am telling you there's a chance.
Yeah.
I am telling you also that these players have not done as much damage as Gen G.
Yeah, I think that Gen G are taking this very seriously. They're showing a lot of respect to Bro. They don't want to let it happen again. Like I was saying before, like, Bro can do it. They can catch Gen G off guard. I just feel like you already did it. And now it's like Gen G are most primed. They're most ready to take you down. They're not going to be fooled again. At least not today.
Not today. Not in this first game.
Yeah.
Certainly
Maybe
not.
round 2. You know, we'll see when that game actually does happen.
Remember,
and then I don't know if they'll be in the same group when it comes to Legend and Rise, but we'll see.
Bro was playing with their full roster in Kespa Cup leading into that match, whereas Gen G was still kind of sorting things out, and we're not the most dominant team in the LCK Cup at that moment in time either. This is a different era we're living in now. This is a different Gen G, different level of dominance. And it's going to be Canyon just casually picking up this second Chemtech Dragon. Doesn't care about picking it up that much, but he's like, I might as well. Not going to make a huge impact in this game.
Yeah.
Bro just have no control anywhere.
They don't have control. They're considering trying to go for Otacon. You can kind of tell by their vision setup, but there's deep wards in their own jungle. So they see when Bro are moving up to the Otacon, even if there's no direct vision on the Otacon. And now Duro and Chovy, they can push out the lanes and say, okay, they're not doing it. They're not taking the risk just yet.
The problem with... there's maybe more problems. Okay.
They could have gone for that, but they're playing it safe for Gen G.
The problem with trying to take Otacon and looking for a turn, and we've seen this so many times since Otacon was released, basically, since he was added to the game, is that especially in the top side Otacon, there's so many different angles of attack that trying to turn and be like, aha, come at us, we're doing Otacon, we've got the great turn, we've got the Wukong, we've got the Taliyah. There's just too many angles of attack for Gen G, so they can just find a flank, they can find a setup no matter what. And if you're trying to fight into this comp, as the attacking Wukong Taliyah, it's not going to be easy. They're going to try to find their angle now. Morgan's so far away.
Yeah, I like how Gen G are just keeping it leashed, and they're not overcommitting to it. They want to take the fight here. The turn comes in. They got a charm on a Morgan. He's just so dead. He's dead before the fight even begins, but same could be said for Keen. Down he goes as the engage comes in here. It's a very broken up fight for Gen G. Canyon has to go in. Hype gets low, but he lives. And now the engage comes in here on a Ruler. It's 3v4 on the side of Gen G, but they're peeling very well for a Ruler who does an insane amount of damage. It's now going to open up. Palu has to sacrifice. They all flash away from it, but now the Zeri is down. And now I think Bro's fun is a bit over as Chovy, the perfectly timed Zhonya's, and he is going to live with the help of Duro. As the heal comes out, the Guardian comes out, and Chovy was never in any danger, Duro says.
Yeah, there were a few miracle moments for Bro in this game, to be sure. There certainly were. There's a very split-up engage here by Gen G because obviously the focus is on Morgan initially. So Keen ults here and goes super deep while the rest of the team is like, Yeah, well, we were killing the Rumble, just so you know. And then Canyon actually gets insanely low here. This engage, though, with Chovy, the communication between them is insane. They almost just burst Hype out of the fight instantly. The fact that he lives is why Bro continued to play this and try to force this one out. But Chovy is full health. Ruler can do no wrong in this fight. Like, they can't get to him. He does so much damage. Chovy secures the kill onto Hype, and that's the end of the fight. As Morgan looks like he might die again.
Well, he does have his flash, and Deadly Flourish is going to miss, so does the Charm. So Morgan, he lives. I mean, he's 3 levels behind Chovy.
Yeah, what does it mean to live in this situation?
Maybe Gen.G just let him go, honestly. They're like, we feel kind of bad for this guy. Voracious Otacon is up. They have the buff here for 2 minutes. And Gen.G, they could just run at the Baron, I feel. As you said, like, a lot of the fights have been strangely close, even though it's a very big gold lead. So maybe they play it safe, but with Voracious Otacon, you can just kind of do whatever you want. 8 kills, legendary for Ruler.
And the siege power of this comp is bolstered by the fact that if you try to flank, the flank gets collapsed on instantly, and you can dive turrets still with this much of a lead so easily, frankly. And yeah, I mean, how do you even approach this? 1 ward at a time, I suppose. One ward at a time.
Trinket saw 2 people, and they're going to get this down onto, I believe, Closer. And he does get a big shield, actually, as that is the first withdrawal onto 1. Gen.G, they've kind of boxed this engage, and Hype is going man mode here. Is going to pick up 3 withdrawals so far. And there is the zap onto Keen.
And that could be a Baron. Yeah, I mean, if they go now, I mean, they really have to go fast if they're going to do it. I think it's too late already with the withdrawals.
Like
yeah, I think you're right. I actually think they had the damage, but they opt not to do so.
Ruler with ult. I mean, maybe it's a bit dangerous, but you're very behind.
So it's totally fine to zone here. Totally fine. This engage from Duro, though, probably not it. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is like, well, I mean, now we got to drop Baron and commit. And like I've said so many times, especially in a choke point, this comp for Bro is so good if you just funnel in, especially when you're not all together. This is a pretty poor setup by Gen.G, and I think the wrong call from Duro, just perhaps a little bit split on the call in general there for Gen.G. End up giving Bro a big opportunity. A opportunity, if you will.
For opportunity, and they didn't drop the ball this time around. I feel like, the
Leandres wasn't done for Closer. I think if he hasn't, then they
were standing on Equalizer and Talia Rocks, getting shot by Zeri in ult. Like, it was just a bad fight. Like, Gen.G, they've done everything right, except some of these team fights have been very kind of all over the place. Keen's been doing his own thing. You know, Chovy went in as Keen was going in, and I don't know. They don't really seem to be on the same page. It's like they're trying to say that they're really respecting and that they prepared a lot for this match, but at the same time, they're not really giving it 100%. They're at like 95%. They're still very far ahead, and it was just 3 withdrawals on the Otacon buff, but it's still, it's worrying, you know?
Yeah, it's just that, like, 2 fights in a row, Gen.G have been on kind of different syncs with each other. You know, obviously they ended up winning the topside fight, but it was way closer than it should have been. And, you know, really need to see them tighten that up. In general, I would say in a different game state, that might have been game losing. So are we really going to criticize Gen.G that much with this game state and their 5-0 start? Like, no, but could have been a little cleaner. Are they going to lose this game? Probably not. But, you know, if we're going to nitpick...
oh, you got it. You got it with the auto.
And we won't be nitpicking the Gromp play there from Keen.
Yeah. Perfectly done, honestly. He got it as he was running away. You know, I feel like I really like this Jhin build as well. You know, he has a decent amount of scaling, gets the Collector 4th, especially when he's this fed. And it's relatively cheap. You can just pick it up, and a lot of the squishies on the side of Bro.
Chovy on a flank.
Yeah, he's got a pretty nice angle here. He wants to get Palu, gonna force that ult. As now the Mega Cone engage comes in, they're gonna go on to Canyon here. It's not the best target, as now Duro gonna peel as well. Closer can't quite get in, as the Zeri is gonna go into the ult though. They get the first kill, but 2 go the way of the Aurora. And they still have so many threats here on the side of Gen.G.
Hype, what you got? I mean, this is his opportunity. So far behind though, and they're down a member. Just cannot actually get it done alone. Very split up here again by Gen.G. A nice opportunity from Bro. I mean, they've had so many near wins, so many close moments, but it's just never enough. Hype, lurking.
Yeah.
Here. does not have his ult anymore, and they will just lose this turret.
It's 8,000 gold now.
Yeah.
And somehow it looks kind of close in the team fights.
I mean, when you see, like, Gen.G's commitment here onto the Alistar, it's not normally a great strategy. Chovy gets out of there super fast, though. The Wukong ultimate isn't enough because Hype isn't able to follow up instantly. His ult here, though, pretty good. Redemption gets dropped down, but now you can't access Ruler because Chovy is standing in the way. And once the Zhonya's goes down, that's basically the fight. You know, Hype may have been able to try to make some fancy footwork happen. It would have been super risky, though. If they lose that fight, which they likely would have, then the game is over and Gen.G pushed to end. So they're keeping themselves in it, you know, which is pretty impressive. 7,000 gold down, been able to find a few angles here, punishing some of Gen.G's setups with a pretty easy to execute comp. Just, again, the defensive tools make it tougher. It's like, just in isolation, Gen.G's comp is a freebie, so easy, but into Taliyah, into Wukong, Alistar, a little tougher to pick your targets.
I feel like Bro really prepared well for this series. Like, they read the draft of Gen.G very well, and they came out with a pretty good one. As Paulo, he does have his ult. He's going to use it at the very end here. Hype as well gets burst down. But yeah, the issue is the execution, right? Like, the draft was pretty good. I think the response was good from Bro, but now it's just been bit by bit by bit. We saw the gold graph was just like a 45-degree angle. Very smooth in favor of Gen.G. Now they're going to go for the Baron because they know that Hype's out of the fight, Paulo's out of the fight. And, I mean, maybe they got to send Hambach in somehow. Looks like maybe they want to go for a turn as well, but it's just two-minning Baron at this moment. And now they're going to make their way over, but it's already down to 3,000 health. Hambach can't quite get in. Duro going to get stunned, but it doesn't quite matter. Paulo has to flash. He doesn't have his ult. And the charm is down, so that's just a free Baron here for Gen.G.
Yeah, and now Chovy cleaning up.
I mean, he has Bajais, he's got 18 stacks! And Keen steals that kill away. But it doesn't really matter. Chovy's going to be happy with the 20 stacks, and Gen.G might just push to end.
I think they will. I mean, there's just not enough to answer here, unfortunately. No Wukong to engage. I mean, Morgan could try to buy some time with an equalizer. Closer could try to buy some time with a Weaver's Wall, but now he's dead.
Yeah, he tried his best to put down a wall, and instead he just got punished for it. And now Morgan and Hype desperate to do something. There's still a wave here. The flash on in. Ruler gonna just one-tap Hype, basically.
And I mean, the equalizer doesn't hit the minions, so it's just done.
Yeah, that's this game. Not the most exciting game, even though it was a 26-kill game. We did have some back-and-forth team fights at least, but it always felt like Gen.G were going to take this one down eventually. And it comes here at 34 minutes in. They're going to one-hit the Nexus. Down it goes, and Gen.G take game one.
I think the early parts of the game, incredibly clean by Gen.G. Standard early game advantages kind of spiraling into a massive lead. The team fights and target selection later on definitely got a little bit scrappier, a little bit messier. Bro playing incredibly confidently with a draft I think was pretty good against Gen.G's draft and also for their playstyle, but ultimately just still not up to Gen.G's level, and they were so far behind that some of those Miracle team fights weren't enough to actually secure a real win, a real objective. I think the one Baron that they could have taken that you and I were talking about, maybe you take that Baron after they go for the resets with draws. If they get that, maybe that's what brings them back into the game, but if they try and fail, the game ends instantly. I don't want to criticize that moment too much, but I feel like that was maybe the one moment where Bro could have grabbed control of the game, made a really, really tough call there, and they didn't. But otherwise, I feel like Bro played a good game, all things considered. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they have for us for the rest of the series. I think you're not going to get a draft as good as this one necessarily for the rest of the series, but still, they came prepared like you said.
They did a great job. It's just they didn't press the right buttons in the game, and that's what we're doing here. We're playing League of Legends, and Gen.G pressed their buttons better, and they played better at the end of the day. So there it is, 1-0 as goes to Gen.G. We'll take a break.
뿌리고 제리 플래시 있다. 올라온 원거리랑.
이거
맞췄어.
나 탈리아 보자.
빨리는 거
나
조심.
빨렸어.
아이씨 레고.
그냥 천천히 해도 돼.
천천히 하자. 제리궁 빼자. 제리궁 빼자 그러면.
대리공 한번 빼자.
이거 미니언 없거든? 그냥 이거
와우. 원펀맨. 세지? 세긴 하다. 근데 세야 되네. 알리플 없다.
이거
깨야 돼.
그러니까 얘 둘밖에 없어.
505초. 원숭이 5초. 럼블 플래시 있고. 럼블 원숭이 나온다.
everyone, welcome back to the space as we just had a little bit of Bro and Brew and then got bopped by Gen G in game number 1. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. A slow start, consistent start, 2,000 gold deficit before the first fight, and that's kind of where a lot of the story was told.
Yeah, it always feels difficult against Gen G because if nothing really happens, they tend just to outvalue you on the map. And also, there's a couple of fights where it looked like maybe Bro was going to... And then Chovy happened. And
yeah. I mean, I already talked about this. If you have no priority in lane, then you're going to slowly lose. I think that's from top lane, also the bot lane. I think Zeri didn't work out that well. And also top lane, you picked Rumble, but you were just completely doing nothing in the top lane. And I think after they get the bot lane priority, they naturally just swap to the top lane, managed to get 6 grabs and managed to snowball really slow. And I think that everything with the priority, when you give it up to Gen G, I think you lose slowly.
That's the thing, you know, we've seen like the stats for grubs, 6 grubs, not necessarily having as high a win rate as you'd expect, but I think the thing is when you have these advantageous matchups and you're able to get value from the grubs, it's doing more for you than those 2 dragons that Bro got where they couldn't translate it into a soul.
Yeah, and it could have been worse. I feel like Morgan played a couple of those dives really well, didn't die. Here's our highlight at the bottom side of the map at 16 minutes.
I mean, we just really wanted to focus Chovy here. The details that he had in this team fight was just insane. Like, I mean, every single team fight with Chovy, Ahri was just so clean. You know, he didn't really commit it to the kill. He just chunked them out to force them to come in. And after that, Chovy just positioned himself to the inside of their jungle. And I think that made the difference in this team fight.
Yeah, like his initial play forces the Unraveled Earth, and as soon as that's done, it gives him so much free reign in the fight. They look to focus him down, even a flash coming in from Morgan with a charm. Pixel perfect, but he's dead now. Or not.
That's so clean!
Yeah.
Everything is calculated, for sure.
That one's a tilter. If you're going up against him, you're like, we got him. Okay, we're going to lose the fight, but we got Chovy, and then you don't even get him. That hard to bounce back from a moment like that.
And I like what you said there, Wadid, in terms of just going in, baiting out some of the cooldowns, and then going out with 2 more charges of Spirit Rush left. It was a clear focus on what he wanted to do every fight.
Yeah, I feel like Chovy, like with his Ahri, he always slowly like just walk up onto the enemy and then just wait until enemy falls down by themselves, right? And I think that was the key in this team fight as well. He was waiting for the moment, and yeah, you could maybe see going on the 4, but you just focus on the Rumble here, who is separated, and he was isolated basically. So.
I think as well, the fact you have the Aurora and the Ahri and the Jhin, whenever you saw Keen or Chovy hitting these initial skill shots, the Deadly Flourish was there to follow up, and it just meant the CC layered, and it was so hard to play against. And even here, it starts to look like Bro found some momentum, but the Redemption comes in, and you see Gen G's remaining carries.
And Chovy's just gonna walk in like that.
Yeah, just moves forward. The ult covers him as well, forces them into this
look
position.
at the usage of the flash as well. That was so clean. And also remember that he still has Zhonya's, by the way. So he knows his limit, that he can actually walk into 3-man, and then he can just flash out in best angle, and then he can Zhonya's at perfect timing as well. So all the sequence that he had in this team fight were just so insane. Like I was actually getting goosebumps.
I feel like as well, you know, he's playing Rod of Ages, Ahri, obviously got that extra HP. He used it. He used in both those clips. He used all of that HP down to the wire to survive at the end. So really getting value out of that build, but also just pushing the champion to its limits.
Even the beginning of that fight where he charms the Wukong and Wukong gets stuck on the opposite side of the wall. Like he turned that 4v3 into a 3v3 in those short matter of moments. Chovy has just shown his excellence in game number 1. You see the man right there. This isn't the only time they've done this though. Gen G's overall record now updated to 15-4. And as you pointed out earlier, Wadid, all these series have been 2-0s.
No way! It's gonna happen. We're seeing the future. I don't know.
Dude.
Like, what should Bro bring to the second game? Because like I still don't know how to do it.
I think ultimately they need priority in lanes. I think if you don't have that, it's immediately going to be a problem. They are presumably going to be on blue side now, which is really important because the fact that they were able to get the Vi, Ahri, and then even the Aurora, I just thought that was so hard to play against. They didn't have prior bot at top. They were already on the back foot. Like, it's a lot of things you have to sort of deal with. Like, I don't think in isolation Bro's draft was bad, but I think Gen.G just had too many advantages.
I think on top of that, I think we really need the bot priority, especially like winning bot lane will make this better. Like maybe you can just pick some kind of range support like Lulu or Seraphine to make it happen on the bot lane, and then I think you can actually fight back to the Gen.G.
All right, well, for the Bros, Wukong's out, Aurora's out. I'm a little worried. Let's see what they cook up here for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Spacers. By the way, Coldplay is in Korea, but better than Coldplay is Castplay. Sponsored by Cass is the LCK.
That's right.
Shout out to them.
Look,
Also-
sometimes I want to listen to Coldplay, but I always want to have a Cass. And you know what? If you listen to Coldplay and you have a Cass, it's just a better experience.
Yeah.
And while you're watching Coldplay in Korea, you can get a Cass. So, it just goes well together. I hate to tell Wadid, but he knows. In the LCK, we don't do fun things like pick range supports and play Seraphine in the bottom lane. We are prisoners of the meta.
Yeah.
And we will just play Misfortune to try to win the lane instead.
Yes, we do like winning the games with the most standard style that is available to us that we have decided on as a whole.
I do think
as the best region.
Bro had a great draft in game 1. I just don't know if they'll ever get that sort of opportunity. And not that Gen.G didn't have a great draft either, but it felt like that was one of the best drafts Bro could have for their team. Yeah. Let's see what we get here. Obviously, with side selection for Bro, things will look very different as they move over to blue side now. We'll see if they want to try to target Chovy a little bit here, because as was pointed out in the space, he had a phenomenal performance on the Ahri.
Yeah, he's really just ramping up at the wrong time. If we could get this form of Chovy in playoffs, that would be very nice. He's still a great player, and hopefully he keeps this form.
Wow, banning Jace on blue side here, actually.
Yeah, that's... I don't know about that. I think Jace is the best pick in the top lane on the patch.
It does force a Gwen ban, but they're on red side, so they're probably going to do that anyways.
Yeah.
Ezreal is taken away. I don't know what that means yet, to be honest, because we have no idea what Bro are going to be playing. That's not a pick that auto wins the game if Ruler gets it, although it's a very good pick for him. Not 100% sold on this set of bans outside of the Varus here for Bro thus far.
Are they first picking Azir? I feel like Gen.G, maybe they're considering banning it. They banned it on blue side. There it is. So the Azir will not be played by closer. That's what Gen.G has said today. And we know that Chovy is amazing at it, but what's going to be the first pick here?
Are we just going for like first pick Sejuani and we'll see what happens?
Or like an Afiri?
Ashe also was the other pick that came to mind, because it's strong in lane, pairs well with Sejuani, but I would have picked the Sejuani first myself. But
yeah, I feel like this is so like a month ago, Yeah. This is like so LCK Cup. I feel like this isn't what teams do nowadays. We see a lot of prio on the top side of the map.
Jin Zhao
not Ashe.
Is super free to lock in here too. You can even just go Victor and it feels fine. It's pretty safe. It's pretty blindable. And you could also just go Misfortune if you're feeling like that's what you want to play into this Ashe. If you can get some setup in the comp. A lot of those setup champions are already gone, Fearless banned, because of the insane high quality champs we had in game 1 on both teams. We are thinned out of those quite a bit, but Ruler is on cam, and I think his lock-in is about to come through. It will just be that Misfortune.
Yes,
so
we do like our meta.
Do we Braum Sejuani? Are we so bold as to go full Freljordian? And no, we're not. We're even bolder. Now we're going straight into Yone Lilia. It can work. There's a lot of setup here. Good damage profile. There's the Victor I was talking about.
Chovy is unimpressed. He's like, you guys gave me Victor. DK, they banned away Victor and Azir.
You know what I wouldn't,
multiple times.
You know what I wouldn't have picked into Ashe? First pick, Ezreal. Probably wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
So that ban, I think, still coming back to haunt them a little bit. They got the MF, they got the Victor. Xin Zhao was also available. They gave that away. And now Hambach is playing a more finesse champion in this Lilia. Not saying he can't do it. I mean, he has taken over games in the past on AP champs, but it feels like this comp is way more difficult to execute than the last one so far. And Morgan, they know. They are knowers. Even though it wasn't mentioned by Coach Kim in the coach's comment,
didn't even have
he had
to
it in
mention
mind.
Yeah, didn't even have to say it. You know, they know about the Crocodilo Bombardillo.
There you go.
Yeah. We did have a sign for that for the Bro versus KT match a couple days ago.
It's been grounded. I don't know what the plan is going to be here for Morgan with this Gnar ban. You know, Jax would have been great if you picked Sejuani, but you didn't.
How deep in the champion pool are we going?
I like the Braum ban. That makes a lot of sense. I thought maybe they were just going to lock that in with Sejuani and go all in on strong synergy in the first 3. It was left open. Genji take it away. I
mean, they need to engage support, though, I feel like.
Rel seems like it makes a lot of sense as this final ban because there's no Alistar, obviously, and Rel works really well with this comp.
Yeah. They both need engage supports at this point in time. And Bessa.
Okay.
So we're really... I feel like Bro had the blinders on for the top lane, you know? I think that Keen, trying to ban him out at this stage of the draft, even though it is the second stage of Game 2, like maybe in Game 3 you can, to an extent, but Keen can play all sorts of things.
Last time they lost, he played Urgot. You're not going to force him on Urgot like this.
Yeah.
That's not how it works, bro. He's just going to play Aatrox because he feels comfortable with some of the champs that have been removed here, that he's going to have a lot of power here. Feels very blindable, actually, in this draft.
Yeah, and save counterpick for support then.
Rel will get taken away. What? Rel will get taken away.
Rel will get taken away.
Rel will get taken away.
Maybe not on this pick.
We're not going to play Yorick, are we?
Sion is definitely much better.
Definitely much better. They have a lot of front-to-back power with the Lilia and the Sion if they do this. I actually like this. Most of the time, I'm very scared about Sion lock-ins because it's basically just raising your hand and say, you win lane, it's over.
Yeah.
And
Rel will get taken away.
Yeah, Rel will get taken away, so that's fine.
And Rel will get taken away, so... Paulo just thinking about how he's going to play it, obviously.
Paulo's telling his team they shouldn't have banned Ezreal earlier, but he just wants to take that time right now.
So Rel will get taken away, as we said.
Yeah. And maybe this ends up being, you know, I mean, it could be like a Leona here. It doesn't feel great. Nautilus is your other option. I'm not going to feel great, to be honest, into Yone, Sion.
You just need engage. Like, nobody on this team engages. Xin Zhao and Aatrox run at them.
Yeah.
Like, you get flanks, but you need something. And hard engage, Nautilus is fine. You know, Nautilus, Leona, or a couple that were left available.
It doesn't feel great, though, because there's so many ways to just, like, you arrow, Sion Qs, or Sleep comes through, or Yone gets on top. When you're trying to clear vision, if you're behind with this comp with Genji, it feels real bad. Luckily, you have some really strong prio champions, and you're playing into a Sion, so the top lane is kind of already a check. You're playing the bottom lane Misfortune into the Ashe Rel, which can be volatile. It's not a free win, but you should be able to get some element of control down there as the Misfortune. They didn't go for the Braum, so it's not going to be that crazy Ashe power lane. And then Chovy laning into the Yone. I think we just put the bet not on Victor, but on Chovy in this case.
Yeah.
And feel good about how this early game is going to go. If Genji mess up a fight, though, if they fall behind, it is kind of hard to make the Nautilus work and to try to close the gap with this insane front line that Bro have put together here. I just think the comps, execution-wise, you know, they're similar in terms of what I think is required to make it work, but we're talking about Genji and we're talking about Bro. So, okay, Savings Bank, Breon here really need to tighten up the play. They were confident in Game 1, even though it didn't work out. They made some good engages. They made some good decisions.
Mm-hmm. Sign on the right was she was blinded by Chovy's light.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, it's fair. I think Chovy has a deep understanding of this lane, and we saw what he was able to do the last time around on the Ahri. Very curious to see how this one is going to go. Duro on solo engage. We'll see how he does in this game too. So we are getting ready for that game 2. Let's hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Game number 2, Genji moved to red side. Bro selected blue.
They did.
Yeah.
You and I weren't thrilled with how it all came together on the blue side here, but it's definitely a pretty playable draft, and it has a lot of power later on. It feels really good when you have like Yone, Sion for your Ashe, because it's so difficult to get on top of the Ashe, and you know, Victor is not a burst champion. Like, he does a lot of sustained damage, and if he's incredibly fed, yeah, you can blow up Gumayusi at the end of the game and walk down the mid lane and end it. But in a lot of the mid game fights, Ashe has slows. So with the lack of engage, and like if Duro goes in and dies, and then you're trying to fight that out, she just kind of kites back. There's a Sion there. Everybody's getting slowed. Everyone's trying to kill her, and they can't kill her. And Closer's trying to peel. Hanbok can do a ton of damage. Then things get a little bit tricky for Genji. In a theoretical world, right? So we will have to wait and see if Genji just end up with a 3,000 gold lead super early on once again.
That might just happen. Chovy went Grasp, and he knows he's going to get 1 million stacks here. It's not quite 80 Nidalee into Sion levels, where I think Zeus had like 82 stacks or something, Jonas Strong posted. But he's still going to get quite a lot. And he, very early on, has pretty much a free lane because Closer's taken a beating.
Yeah, we see oftentimes even Victor going first strike in this matchup because of the ability that you can just farm that money. But adding the survivability here is going to feel really nice too. And obviously in the early levels, Yone is melee. So, and he's not going to become ranged later on, but...
Yeah, like what does he turn into later on?
I mean, like early levels, you just can't. Like, Chovy will just walk up and hit him until he can actually have his kit online.
In the late game, he's also melee.
Yes.
So just keep that in mind. Yeah, he's not like Gnar, who changes sometimes.
Well, sometimes people are like...
It's not like Kale, where you actually do change for the game.
Well, I feel like sometimes people will talk about these matchups in the mid lane where it's like, yeah, Akali versus Victor can be quite tricky in the early levels. I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, she does a melee champion, and so... It is, that is the reason. It's not because, like, Akali specifically is a bad matchup at level 1. She just has, like, one ability, and she can't shoot far, so...
Yeah.
Chovy has maximized those first few levels, though, incredibly well here.
I mean, especially the Grasp stacks, right? Like, Closer is playing it so that he's just not going to die, and Chovy doesn't really have kill pressure, but you're still getting so much value in the lane. Duro here. Looks like Ruler and Duro are kind of getting bullied down in the bottom lane. Closer goes in to give another Grasp stack over.
You know, if you don't put that pressure onto the Yone early and he hits level 3, he can actually turn a play like that into like, okay, I'm actually taking back control. So it's important that Chovy continues to keep his health bar low constantly here, so that if he does go for that all-in, he just doesn't have enough to end up winning it, even when Chovy is low on mana or has his abilities on cooldown. Nice dodge.
It's kind of a funny lane situation. I mean, Morgan, he saw the Aatrox and he's like, well, I'm just going to pick Sion because he's reliable. Yes, he'll get behind in lane, but he still does the same thing. And, you know, I don't really want to go for a counter pick. I want to play for team fights.
Look at that spacing from Chovy. Just insane. He's like, just on the edge. You can't hit me. And super frustrating to play against a player who understands that so well. Down here, that was a really nice engage from Palu. She gave them a little bit of control back here in this lane. Had a small CS advantage. Very small, but still there.
Yeah. It's going to be 3. Yeah, 36 to 33. We'll see if the swap comes in anytime soon. We're about to hit that 5-minute mark. Could see a push here from Gen G as Morgan goes for the shield. He is going to get a fully charged Q into Keen. And yeah, this is the thing. I mean, he gets very low, but Sion doesn't generally die. Unless Morgan messes this up.
Yeah, that's true. There's no attention being given in the top lane either, as Hanbok went for a back. Got his burn earn. As Chovy did run out of mana, so Closer is with his Doran's shield, starting to sustain and do Yone things, where you just kind of run at them and swing around a lot and then press your snap back and you're like, aha, I won the trade.
Haha, got him.
Duro's here though, so Closer may be pushing this advantage a bit too far.
Yeah, but I don't know if... Okay, I mean, Chovy doesn't really have damage though is the issue. The Ignite comes in, and that's probably what Duro was saying. Closer gets very low, but he uses his flash, so Duro coming over. Palu also was here, but just a little bit too late to really help Closer save his flash. So it's just advantage Gen G again.
Yeah. Good angle there from Duro. Didn't even need to flash for the dredge line. Actually hit it just at the edge of it. Really well played by him. I thought for sure he just flashes to make sure he's, less time to react from closer there. But he actually just hits it anyways.
If he really wanted to force it, he could have just tried to flash auto.
Yeah, one
and
more
then
auto.
force the flash from closer and then try to hit the hook. But I suppose Chovy's situation wasn't the best, so didn't force it that hard.
Gen.G are going to start these grubs first. Are we flipping?
Well, Bro decided they want to fight for
Closer's
it.
got his ult.
Yeah.
Are you flipping, son?
Are you flipping, son? It's a level 4 Rel. They're going to engage on a canyon, and the CC comes through. They take him down in trade for Palu, but he's only a support, but the Chaos Storm is doing a number, and Closer's getting way too low. Ruler full health, Chovy full health, and yeah, that man difference just means that they have to back away after the fact. So Gen.G win the fight, and they take all the grubs again.
Yeah, Hype wasn't level 5, so missing a lot of those extra stats too. I mean, I don't think that was really the big difference maker there, but something else to point out is you have an angle here with Yone to where this fight looks winnable if you can actually line people up, but there's only a single target hit. Canyon is blown up, sure, but Chovy's got his ult running the whole time. Closer misses the knock-up here. And even if he hits it, I mean, it's a Nautilus. I don't know if you really end up winning that. So it's a bit haphazard there. And
Ruler, no flash. I think he dies here. A couple more autos come through. He's going to tank it up for Hype, and there you go. The two of them. No. Okay, well, yeah, that's just going to be a trade of kills now. Not nearly as good. Although the shutdown did go over to the Ashe. But could have been just a Rel that lives instead.
Yeah, that's not great. As speaking of things living.
Yeah, no flash here on Closer, but nice dodge. And that is going to save his life.
If he gets hit by that, he dies 100%. So that's a really nice dodge from him. A lot of attention here in the mid lane by Duro, playing for Chovy quite substantially in this early game. He's doing it again.
He's back.
X flashing. And oh no, Closer's he is.
Yeah, I mean, Rel's coming over here, but I think it might be a little bit too late. But with Hambach here, maybe it's enough. The arrow also going to hit the Xin Zhao. That is a level 6 Xin Zhao. So just let it be. They get the arrow, and Gen.G also back away.
That really went a lot better than I thought it was going to go for Bro. The arrow being a nice cherry on top here as we hit these. Yeah, we hit these.
Yeah. Technically hitting is the best kind. So I like how Bro actually didn't just forfeit the grubs. The fight could have gone a lot better, right?
Yeah.
Closer went in there with his Q3, and that was the big mistake, straight into a Nautilus. And he got punished for it, but at least they're not just taking Drakes as,
he tried to clear the wave. He came into this one a little bit late.
The classic greed for the wave 80 carry maneuver.
Yeah, Palu waited for an extra second. I don't know if he needed to he remounts under the turret.
It's like he got minion blocked there.
Yeah, that might have been actually what happened.
It's just very painful.
But I also think that Ruler probably couldn't have killed Hype if Hype took one more turret shot there either. Would have been close, but I don't want to nitpick. I mean, they punished Ruler. Ruler gets the kill back, though. He's still 3 kills in this game. And he's going to have his Bloodthirster soon, and then he's going to sit in the mid lane and be Misfortune. Champion, it's my own personal Yumi. I don't really enjoy when she is as meta as she is. It's not that interesting to me. Ruler's had some rough games on it, but again, it's not a champion where you really are the one who's in control of what's happening oftentimes.
Yeah, it's more of a positioning and press your buttons at the right time kind of champ. Chovy here does have flash, but he puts down the gravity field, and he will just run away.
Yeah, it doesn't have to flash. Doesn't have to care.
He has Catalyst, so kind of a difficult target with Catalyst and Grasp into Yone. It's like, well, do you ever kill him? I don't know about that.
He also had boots in that scenario too, so he's just, I mean, he's not that immobile at this point, and there's just no hard lockdown. The thing about Lilia is that she needs to commit her ult too to really lock you down, so even though he shows up and puts a little bit of damage in, that's all he can really do. Some decent trades here for Morgan. He's actually holding his own in this lane. He's up 1 CS for the moment.
Yeah, nice. He is going to flash, though.
Yeah.
Because, Canyon comes in. Even
Canyon
after
is still here, and he's on a ward.
Yeah, he's got red buff. This is still Scion. Ult comes through. Little knock-up potential. And there you go. They're going to get it from the Aatrox, but they don't want to dive a Scion here. And yeah, King just gonna ult for not much. Meanwhile, Hambak is getting a Drake, and they're getting the bottom plates.
Yeah, because Ruler swapped top here, and Keen committed that play late. Like, he's so late on TPing to the bottom lane, so a lot of plate gold is going to go over. Once again, Genji in control of Grubs is closer. Have we learned? No, he's just looking for a little... Oh,
I mean, Arrow's going to hit,
but there's nobody here.
The bowling ball?
Okay, anyway.
It is what it is, you know. It's just sometimes.
You know when you were in middle school and you just threw the Hail Mary like wad of paper towards the trash can.
Yeah.
You know, most of the time it missed, and the teacher was like, "Can you go pick that up?" But like occasionally you go 2 points when it goes in.
Yeah.
That was kind of bro, like seeing like throwing everything at that and not really wanting to go there, just kind of throw some things at it, and it didn't really work out. But Keen does teleport ultimately back to the top lane. Chovy goes bottom and clears the wave. And I think Hype only got 2 plates down there in the bottom lane. Once Chovy's portrait moves, we'll know. Yeah, 2 plates down in the bottom side. So some gold going over, but he's still significantly behind this 3-kill MF.
Chovy TP'd to mid. Didn't get the memo on the MF. It's like, this is MF's lane now. I think he's just trying to help clear out some vision over there. And then he can walk bot. Meanwhile, this top lane continues to be just riveting.
Yeah, it's worth a watch, you know?
Yeah. Let's just keep the camera here. No. Can we go back top lane?
No.
Yeah, they don't listen to us.
They actually don't.
Yeah, they don't. No, it is known.
But usually we have the same thoughts overall about what we want to see as the Korean commentators, so very rarely do I feel like we're missing action that we want to see. Got a gravity field, and that's all they're going to get.
Got him.
As this is a lot of vision cleared up here. Canyon comes down. They may just try to catch this unsuspecting Rel. Like bait and engage here from Palu? No. Okay, well, the Dragon's not up for 3 minutes, so we're just kind of having a party down here.
Snuck into the brush. Did Duro.
Oh, no.
In Unbound Soul, he's done it very safely. It seems like Bro have a good idea.
Well,
okay, well. Yeah, he knows. He knows Cannon's there at least.
Genji is just trying to, like, I don't know, like, force an advantage in this bottom lane, and Bro just not falling for it. I think if you mess that up, though, obviously Genji lose really nothing. As Canyon's cleared the whole jungle, there's no objective up, so he's just like, let's see if they make a mistake.
He's still here! They're gonna trade ults. Nice job, Duro.
Look, Canyon's got the jungle off. He's taking a little camping trip.
Yeah.
And he's had enough. He's decided he's more of a beach person.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are just like, well, we're not going top, so, you know, both the Grubs, the spawns were taken. We got a Drake here in 2 minutes. Maybe we get something down in the bottom lane.
I mean, the game state here, if we really zoom out, I mean, Bro don't have Grubs, but the Aatrox isn't able to get to the turret. You know, we've been watching that matchup a lot, but he's not hitting the turret, which is natural.
Natural Aatrox things.
Yeah. And we have a basically non-existent gold lead here. It's very minuscule for Genji. And their comp is really strong with a strong front line later on for this Ashe, so Bro feeling good as long as they don't mess anything up. I mean, the fact that they were able to read that play bottom side really well, the fact that Closer played so incredibly respectfully behind the wall there is huge, because if he dies and they lose that bottom turret to 6 Grubs, you know, this game looks totally different. Now we're trying to group for a little bit of Dragon Prio very early, and a little bit of a fight over the blue buff.
I mean, they might be able to get Duro here. He gets his hook, not connecting to the wall, and that's going to be the end of him.
You know, when
front line, he's the only engaged.
Yeah, and like we were saying in the draft, like, this is what I was talking about, playing Nautilus into this. You get caught, there is no way out. You just die.
And we saw that there. Chovy is going to be safe still. Has his Rod of Ages. They're still trying to kill him here. Under the turret, the flash comes in. There's the sleep as well. And Paulo's just kind of staring at his teammates like, guys, we're not doing this.
Yeah, I also think that it's not wise to use that Lilia ultimate right before the Dragon. We're going to be committing to a fight there. I mean, if you get the kill, sure. Then you get the Dragon, but that was a tanky Chovy.
Morgan wins this one. He was very deep in there. And
I want to grab some flowers on the way out.
Yeah, he will, but thankfully he used his ult to avoid that Q1 because... Oh, the ult! Jeez! Closer, no chill.
Another ult down for a potential dragon fight, but if he gets the kill, feels worth.
They traded flashes at least, you know.
Got the flash.
Yone's a lot more mobile than the Victor. As Genji, they're like, yeah, cool dragon, bro.
Yeah,
go for the Rift Heralds.
It's not a Hex Tech Soul, not interested.
Yeah. I mean, Mountain Infernal, still pretty good. The others are decent.
I think they just want to play through where they have tons of control and prio here in this top side, because if Bro just kind of happy feet, they get the turret, because they have 6 grubs.
Uh-oh. Morgan and Palu staying around too long. As long as they didn't mess it up, you said. Well, this is a bit of an issue here for Bro. The follow flash comes in from Canyon, and Palu is just dead as well. And they're getting the Drake. They're going to get this bottom turret, but I feel like that was going to happen anyway. Genji get a couple of kills
for another Chemtech Soul. 2 Dragon Leaf. Oh, it's not a Chemtech Soul!
Ox was watching very close.
It's Mountain Soul for Sion. All right, I'm intrigued. I'm invested. I'm invested in the Bro Dragons. Remember we had, like, back in 2021, Bro had, like, the craziest dragon stats. They were, like, they had, like, no wins, but they had, like, one of the highest dragon take percentages. Yeah. This feels like that, because obviously they have a lot of control of the bottom side of the map, that's why they're playing for Chovy. But Genji are like, Herald's on top side. We have 6 grubs. We can kill this turret if we just commit. Like, Morgan's up there. I'm Sion. There's a turret. Genji are like, well, there's not a turret. And so you're dead. And we have more people than you. Because the Genji just weren't interested really in fighting over that dragon right now because they didn't have control there. So they found their pressure point elsewhere as Hype.
Oh, Hype. This is not okay. Just walking in range of the Nautilus hook is not something you can do. He felt safe. He had his team nearby. And that's just a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, well said.
You remember earlier, Wolf, you were like, as long as they don't mess this up, as long as they don't make any mistakes.
If they don't try to hold the top turret, it still goes down, but maybe they could have, like, you know, grouped and tried to deny the Herald take, for example, but, you know, obviously trying...
bot turret.
Yeah, trying to hold the turret and also then, like, you know, making that play in the mid lane afterwards. Lose the Herald anyways, you know, it's... I can see it, as Duro's having a really good series.
살짝 끌어볼게.
It's just max range, but I mean, he had flash too, he could have flashed it. And he decided not to, and so he died. He was very far up, as you mentioned.
Just got baited by Ruler.
Yeah. I mean, he had his arrow, and Rel was nearby. Like, perhaps he was like, okay, we get the cleanse out of the MF, maybe we make a play. But now, it's just going to be another free turret here in the bottom lane for Genji. It was close until it wasn't.
Yeah, we've said that a lot about series that kind of look this way, where we have a big favorite and then a team that's not in the top half. Palu, Hex Flash over the wall into 2 Genji members. The knockup comes in, Closer's like, I don't know if I can really help you here. Might try to get a knockup, but Palu is in a lot of trouble. The L comes out and down. No, it's going to miss, actually. It requires the MF ult. The block on the Yone does come through, but they can't follow up on a Closer. And it's still a bonus kill here for Genji again.
And I think if there was a wave there, they'd probably just kill the whole turret, as Chovy is having a bit of a rough time here.
And Caststorm comes down, trying to all in on a Chovy without his ult. It's not going to work out, but a good trade from Closer at least.
And I mean, after they ended up losing Palu there on the bottom side, the cross map was just Sion hitting a turret like 3 times. And unfortunately, not really worth.
Better than 2 times.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
But not quite as good as 4.
No, yeah.
And was not really the trade deal that Bro were looking for.
Yeah. One of the worst I've seen.
It's,
I mean, they didn't lose too much, but...
It's just losing little pieces over and over and over again adds up to a 3,000, 2,500 gold lead that, you know, when the game was 200 gold earlier, we were like, wow, it's playable, the comp looks good. But it's more than just gold, it's the turrets, it's the control over the map that you lose that now belongs to Genji. So they can do things like this, group up, take some Otacon vision, force a rotation out of Bro, try to play elsewhere, where they keep with Aatrox pressuring the Sion in the bottom lane at the same time.
Yeah.
Canyon's pathing topside here.
Like, they got the win in topside, and immediately Gen G were on the hunt for macro wins. They grouped up bot, and they got the bot turret, right? And then they took over the jungle. It's just, it's very straightforward, it feels like, from Gen G. You know, it's like one thing after the next.
Yeah, if you had, you know, a computer that was going to make the most optimal macro move, it's like basically what Gen G does all the time in any given scenario. They're just so experienced. All these players, outside of Duro, who's got a decent amount of experience under his belt now, still very new, but I mean, he's a very intelligent player. That's part of why they picked him up.
Yeah, he's played a lot in challengers.
He's 6 out of 7 KP because he's been making incredible plays in the mid lane all game long that haven't been respected by Bro. Especially that last one, unfortunately, for Hype.
Definitely a bit of an issue, that one. Canyon wanted to go in there. There are certain parts of the map where I feel like teams oftentimes throw, and that one over there on the blue buff is one of them. Another one is the red team's red buff for the blue team, obviously.
Yes.
So just for some reason, it's always the top of the map. I feel like we see a lot of throws.
Well, you know, you've always got your coach in your ear when you're in scrims, when you're talking about the game. When the game slows down and you have a lead, but you're not sure. You know, there's no objective up. Like, where do you go? Well, you got to start taking away the blue buff. You got to start taking away the red buff. You know, you try to use your pressure. Sometimes you throw there, but also when you have control and you are pressuring that blue buff, the other team's like, that's my blue buff.
Yeah.
You can't have it, and then they can't have it, and also then 3 kills and you lose the game. So it can be quite tricky.
Or the winning team dives way too deep.
Yes.
And they get caught out.
By the way, Bro just start this, and Gen G are very far away. Not to cut you off here, but
I don't know if this is fast enough.
they have a decent amount of damage, but I agree with you. I don't think it is. Morgan can TP over. He can also ult in.
It's even a safe TP from Keen. Just going to come up here. They turn on a Chovy. Can they take him down? The answer is absolutely not. They didn't get him below half health. He's just got her out of ages, and he does not care. And that is already 3 kills here for Gen G. They say, thank you very much for the leash, bro. And they'll take down Hype here. Morgan, the last one available. And it's just going to be a clean ace to the side of Gen G. It was not close, even for a moment. Say Gen G as they take down the Ruda Sadakan. And they'll get all the flowers, too.
Thank you for the leash. Thank you very much. And, yeah. This is starting to feel like Crown Victor. You remember Crown Victor?
Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, that's, yeah. No.
I mean, because he's got
tank items are OP.
Leandri's Rod of Ages and Grasp. So I get the idea here. You force them to rotate over. You got a TP, you know, and you're looking for the turn. Like, this is one of the better scenarios Bro could try to think up of how to win this game, how to get back in this game, is try to force Gen G into an uncomfortable position. The target they chose to collapse on, though, just not the same Victor that he was in other metas. And go deep. They get punished. Yeah. Gen G are so far ahead.
It's not even like Chovy played it amazingly. Like, we had a huge zoom in on Chovy, and yes, we know he's very good at Chovy. I'm not saying that he's not. It's just in this specific play, he just got caught and stood there, and still they couldn't kill him.
Well, he walked back a little bit.
Yeah, he did. And then he killed Darrell, and you know, did the boom damage because he's got that as well with this build. Yeah, don't forget.
He also has a Seeker's Arm Guard and 10 stacks of Dark Seal.
Yeah.
He's level 16.
Second Magi is on the way.
I do feel like Chovy is leading candidate for POM, even though Duro has had some really good moments.
Yeah, I don't think there's really another choice.
I would understand a Duro vote. I'm here for it.
I feel like you'd be the hipster though.
Yeah,
you know?
for sure. But
like,
I mean,
if you want to be the 1 out of 13, sure. But Duro's not going to win it, you know?
Yeah, well, we know the fan vote was probably going to be for Chovy, regardless of the outcome. And that's fair.
Yeah.
Sometimes when it's a hard vote, you know Chovy's the safe vote. It's not really a hard vote this time, I feel, though. It's not Ruler, you know, Keen. In the second game did hit a Scion real hard. He will have a lot of damage because of it. It's always one of those games where there's a Scion in the top lane and you're like, wow, I didn't really feel like Keen did that much this game, but I guess, wow, he did a ton of damage to that Scion a lot over and over again in the lane.
That he did.
Remember we used to have the split like the first 14 minutes damage?
We still do.
Oh, it's still there?
Yeah.
Well, it's still there, huh?
We're going to hit an arrow onto the Nautilus. And Hambach does get a big sleep. Will it matter? The bullet time is on the enemy team this time. They might kill Duro. They might be able to do it. Can they do it? The answer is no. The storm is just ginormous. And it's actually zones away Closer and Hype. It's a zoning ult by the end of it after he gets 3 kills. Chovy only got one of them, but, you know, essentially the Storm got them. And that's going to be the Baron here, too. Every time Gen.G and Bro match up, it's a 2-0.
You know, there are the games where the Korean commentators, when Chovy makes the plays, they go, Chovy!
Yeah, quite literally.
This is kind of, it's not quite that game. It's one of the games where you go, Chovy.
Chovy.
Yeah, you know, it's you stroke your chin a little bit and you go, Chovy. Yeah. Wow, full health, nice build, good positioning. His teammates helping him out. He's the real carry, because MF, she presses R, but Chovy's pressing all the buttons. You know what I mean? There's that much eyes. Yeah.
I mean, Ruler, he did his job. At least he's not dying on repeat this game. That's an improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's MF's job. Just don't die and then press your R and, you know. Can they kill Duro this time? Maybe, actually. I think they will. Yeah, they will. TP comes in.
It's a short TP, but it's enough to close the gap.
Yeah. Chovy says, don't pick on my little brother. He's going to zone away Palu here. He really has something personal against Palu. And Palu will die. Meanwhile, the rest of Gen.G are just chasing them down the lane. Doesn't look like it'll happen. And Morgan's just CSing in mid.
That's kind of been, I feel like a lot of this game has been, you know, something happens, a bit of a trade, and then you look at Morgan, he's like hitting a turret somewhere, but it takes a long time to kill it. He might get this bounty.
Nice.
Yeah. Huge.
Significant. Back for Bro.
Only got 9,000 gold to go.
Well, gonna just put down some zoning abilities, and with the Baron buff, look to chip away at this turret. Not overcommitting. I feel like Gen.G this entire series have been mostly respectful. They really when he was playing Aurora, they kind of got himself into some weird spots, but outside of that, you know, Gen.G, they wanted their revenge, and I think they'll have it today.
I do think so. And it's a very clean game. Really not playing fast and loose with their drafting either. I mean, it's pretty stock standard here. Almost a tier list in both games for them. I feel like the Nautilus was the most awkward part of it, but he had a fantastic game, so it didn't matter.
Yeah. And they're just going for the tutorial victory. They're going to take down all of the buildings in the base. Chovy has done the most damage, even more than Keen, who got some free time. Oh, the arrow's going to actually hit Chovy, but nobody goes in onto him. Meanwhile, Keen is just resetting in the backline. Nice ult here from Ruler. Chovy, he goes for the Zanyas, and he will live from 12,000 gold ahead. He can do it. And yeah, they're not going to kill him this time either.
Show the experience, show he's level 18. Show his trophy case.
Yeah.
What else can we show? The man is good. The man is great, and the man is getting his revenge 2-0, Valdez.
He will have it, and so will the rest of Gen.G. A very straightforward series, the 2-0. With a little bit of fun sprinkled in there, you know. Some fun team fights back and forth. But Chovy eventually decided that the game was over, and then the game ended.
All of Gen.G look so unenthused, except Duro, who looks slightly enthused. Duro looks like he's actually happy with himself. Like, I think he knows he played a good game. For the rest of the team, they're like, I've done this 1,000 times.
Yeah, I mean, Duro, he hit a couple of big hooks and helped them through the mid game.
I mean, he really was, you know, practically Chovy's bodyguard there in the early game, and really put the pressure on closer repeatedly. And, you know, sure, Keen, some questionable ultimates in game 1, but in game 2, he won the lane like he was supposed to. Canyon used the prio well.
Yeah. There was a sign there that said tung 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 Genhur. Not Sahur, but Genhur.
There you go.
Yeah. Really
Do you think
adapting on the memes.
I feel like it wasn't enough tunes to really
It was 9.
Well, I mean,
That's the number.
But I mean, how many tunes does Gen.G deserve? I'd say like
Probably,
at least 12. At least 12.
At least 12. 12 is kind of the magic number.
I think she's going to have to remake the sign for the next series.
Yeah.
And the win streak for Gen.G continues. They're 6-0. They're out in front. You know,
+9.
+9. D+ and Hanwha Life are hot on their heels. Just one series behind for both of them, but it's
but they lost to this team.
Yeah, it starts to feel like the only team that could beat them is this one, and until you beat them in round robin 2 and round 2, like, you won't catch them. I don't know if Gen G loses to anybody right now. We'll have to wait and see, of course, but
I think it has to be Hamalife on a good day. Because it was the first match, right? Gen G just kind of bopped them. That wasn't a real match. I think Hamalife is the team that has the potential to do it. I think even DK, they got close, but it wasn't enough. And Gen G just seemed to be getting better, too, so I don't know. I think it's Hamalife or nobody at this point.
I do tend to agree. Maybe Gen G plays a close series against D+ again. You know, that has happened so many times. Maybe Gen G finally do lose on the 19th time, but you just look at some of these fights and you're like, I mean, what Bro couldn't have asked for a better situation from, you know, as far behind as they were at this point, which was like 9,000 gold or something. But it's still just obviously not enough, and just in the meat grinder, I would love to see what Chovy's calls are in the moment where he survives, or if he says anything at all. Calling to play it slow. Chovy says nothing. After being arrowed.
I think Chovy was going to get follow-up ulted by Yone, but Canyon pushed the Yone to the side, and so Closer couldn't land it, which is kind of crazy.
The only person who reacted to the arrow was Ruler, who was just like, what? That was it.
What? What did you say? What happened? What can Sion even do if I just move this way, is what they said.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jisun.
So it's about the melee versus range situation. You know? Let's take a look at that Aatrox damage. Yeah, it was pretty high.
Well,
not as
he
high
must
as
have done a
Chovy.
lot in this game. No, he just hit
You're right, the bar is still there. I don't know why I thought it disappeared for some reason.
Maybe we just haven't had a lot of early game damage.
I don't know. I mean,
So
I
it's
guess
been
I
very
always
small.
knew. I guess I just knew it was there the whole time, but I haven't really talked about it that much recently.
Yeah.
So I kind of just forgot. Weird.
Dragons-
Even got a little map legend on this as damage dealt pre-14.
You got like the key there for the map. Yeah. Dragons are still fake. I'm not convinced.
Gen G is beating the 6 Grubs win rate being low allegations. They are winning with it.
Oh, it's Chovy. Oh, wow.
0 deaths across
Crazy.
the series. 9-0-24.
That's some good math there, Wolf. Nicely done.
The real question is, were there any hipsters, or was it a perfect unanimous?
Yeah, I don't even know if I want to see the hipster vote at this point. I hope it wasn't
It wasn't
you.
me. It wasn't me.
That would have been funny if I said that and it was actually you who voted for it. Yeah, a pretty straightforward game. Pretty straightforward series here from Gen G. The next one will be Nongshim versus Hamalife Esports. That could be close.
That one is definitely the more exciting one on paper for today, so hopefully it will deliver. Hopefully Nongshim can get it done. Or we'll see, you know, maybe Hanwha's dominance looks even better than before, and we're like, oh, maybe they will be that challenger for Gen G. There's a lot to learn in our second series of the day.
Yeah, Hanwha are very good. I feel like they had a bit of a slow start, but now they're at like 90%-ish, which is still extremely good. So definitely expecting them to win, but Nongshim are a good team. Nongshim are definitely a good team. We'll see if Kylix is playing today as well. Didn't spoil myself yet, so that's also an interesting one. But
yeah, I also don't know.
Yeah, we'll hear from Chovy in a moment, and I'm sure he'll talk about why you have to ban Azir and Victor and Corky and all sorts of stuff against him. It's just not fair when you've got Chovy on your team. So let's go to the POM interview now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen G. Congratulations! Thank you. You said you will become God today, and we get to see you yet again in the interview zone. How does it feel to get your LCK Cup payback? Yeah, I did say after my last match that I would become godlike today, and sometimes I make mistakes after saying something like that, but I'm really glad that I got to keep my promise. And I didn't really feel a lot of pressure today. And even Coach Kim said that victory will be Gen G's. Which tells us that you guys really prepped hard for today. So what have you paid more attention to? I think even all the things that we have been working on, we just have to make sure that there's no flaws, and it's just all really maintenance stage. And I think just being able to check ourselves really does keep us on our toes and make sure that we can be on the top of our forms. And I have to ask, in the pre-show, Helios and Coco actually had a debate about which lane Brion has to shut down to defeat Gen.G. And Helios said that they have to stop Chovy no matter what, so mid bans are a must. But Coco also said that it's near impossible to contain Chovy. So the focus has to be top. So what do you think? Well, first of all, even if you ban top, I feel like it's really hard to stop top either. But you know, I would prefer if our enemies just use their bans on top. So even if there were top bans, it wouldn't really even be easy to defeat Gen.G. And Chovy's Victor is always number 1 to get banned, but it appeared as if the enemy let Victor open for you. Yeah, honestly, Victor has been performing really well, but I don't think that Victor doesn't have any weakness or any counters, but I think that's probably because that's probably why they keep leaving Victor open, because he's not a perfect champion. So, you said that you would stand above all, so does it feel like you've reached the skies today? Honestly, just from my gameplay, I do feel like I reached the skies, yeah. And now that you are undefeated in 6 matches, you only have 3 matches left in round 1, so are you confident that you will get an undefeated round? You know, I don't know about confidence, but I think undefeated round is definitely doable. It's possible. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
It is a clean 2-0 for Gen.G in the middle of upset week, but it wasn't in this series as they take down the Bros. And as we always say, in Bro losses, there's always next week. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. Another slow Bro and Brew in this one, but when games are slow, that's where Chovy is the best. He's able to do what he always does.
Yeah, I've also noticed that when games are fast, Chovy's also pretty good. And also when games are kind of mid-paced, pretty good. The one support vote standing out.
Wolf was wondering who was
KR Cast
controlling that one. It was Pony!
No, it's my boy Pony. No, my brother. No, he can't really do that, man, after this
He's
game.
a Brother Duro voter.
No.
Let's get to the comments so that we can then see what Pony says in his defense. I'm sure he puts in a comment. We'll start with Ox right here.
And lo, Chovy took upon the Rod of Ages, and omnipotence was upon him. In the name of the top lane, the bot lane, the mid and jungle, Chovy blesses you.
Yeah, that's right.
You can't stop him with the Rod of Ages. He's too powerful.
You really can't.
He's ascended. There's no stopping him.
That was really good. Right before the day tomorrow, Easter. All right, what do you got with it?
Nothing I can say. It's Cho Man, you know? Cho Man, bless me. Thank you. Oh my god, I'm so blessed. Look at his skill shots. Look at his detail. Look at his flash usage. Everything was so perfect, man. I can't really comment on him, really. Can you?
This is what you want to see. Not really. This is what you want to see from one of the best players in the world. Wolf can't either. Chovy is not mortal. He's not human. We cannot even understand his greatness.
Like, really?
Wolf knew. Everyone's
got a similar vibe, you know. Everyone's got.
You know what? It would be hard for me to comprehend beating a team like Pro as well. Connie weighing in. He doesn't even get a vote, but we put it up there anyways.
Neither do you, and you're voting Chovy.
Yeah, I would.
It's unanimous, apart from Pony.
that makes it not
everyone.
Yeah,
but Chovy.
We gotta see his comment. Like, seriously.
Yeah, I want to know.
All right, let's see what else we got. Helios, try and kill me if you think you can. ...
Catch me if you can.
They did try. They didn't succeed.
He tried. They tried.
The ... makes it exciting. Cliffhanger. See you at international events, maybe. What else? All right, come on, Pony. It's coming up. Go. Hello? Is this the Church of Chovy?
Yes.
You're right.
The bros found out. All right. Last one. Here we go, Pony. What?
That's so boring as well.
Boo!
No,
Boo
that's
this
so
man.
boring.
Boo!
I mean, I'm not saying that Duro played bad, but you saw the highlights. The Chovy charm.
You don't have to tell me.
Zonia's in 1 HP.
You don't have to
every
tell me.
single time.
I did the prayer. You
Okay,
know?
okay. I gotta talk to Pony about this.
We're gonna
This
talk to
is
Pony during the
so
break.
Bad.
Oh, Pony. Okay. I mean, Pony's supporting Duro. You know, brother Duro. He's getting acquainted with the church right now. Getting a little props there, but
I guess
this
he
was
won
Chovy
something from Duro, you know? Maybe signs.
What's
signed
the
jersey,
beef
you
between
know?
Pony and Chovy? You know?
I see. We're completely joking, everyone. We don't know. We're just making stuff up here for the narrative. Let's take a look at the highlights because that wasn't made up. This was real life. An Otacon out of nowhere and just getting punished.
So yeah, you engage on 3.2k health bar. And
Actually, it was
can
three-
you actually engage on it?
I think it was 3.4k at that point.
Okay.
Yeah,
Two more?
he's just so tanky and he's just so much damage, you know, able to be engaged on and still survive, still navigate that, turn that around. This is kind of what I meant about my comment is I feel like Chovy's always been very good, but the Rod of Ages gives him so much freedom to be more aggressive with his positioning, to navigate potentially trickier situations, and just, as we saw today, not die.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot really know if Chovy is just walking up and let's say you're engaged, right? And you are the one who has the engaged tool. Are you gonna actually engage on him? Or are you gonna adopt yourself that, okay, Chovy is baiting you? Because
I mean,
like it's a dilemma, you know?
I think not engaging on him is a loss, but as we saw, engaging on him was also a loss.
So what are you gonna do about it? So ban Road of Ages?
We did see that
Maybe
when they
actually ban
engaged
items.
on him on the last fight, Hype was like, why is no one walking up on him? He walked up and he got
I think
eviscerated.
we all know the solution, right? It's a while before we get to like the MSI qualifier. I think you go on social media, you @Freak, and you say, nerf Rod of Ages right now,
that's
please.
true.
That's the solution.
I'll bring in my boy David Freak Turley. There's some of the stats that we have there. 3,246 HP at that moment with 35 grasp usage in that time as we take a look at the standings after this series. It is Gen G sitting at the top, 6-0. Bros dropped down to 2-4 after week 3. Final thoughts here on Bro in this series against Gen G where they were an underdog.
I mean, I think Bro didn't look terrible today, despite getting 2-0'd. Gen G are just so good. I think, you know, they just need to keep the momentum and think, yes, our win streak did get broken, but they still had a good week. You know, the earlier series, that win was a substantial one, and they're definitely still looking like they're making progress, still trying to fit in players like Handback and see what he can do. So I wouldn't get disheartened. Everyone loses to Gen G. It's just how it is.
Yeah, I still really like their idea. They were just stacking up the Drakes, you know, if they could. Like, I think they had a great idea about the early game, but Gen G was just better than them. So I feel like they still had a chance. So I think it's going to be exciting to see them again.
Well, Gen G turned into the Bro Slayers in our first series, but upset week is not done yet. We do have Secret Newsroom, and then after that, Nongshim come in upset-minded against the Hanwha Life Esports. We'll see you in just a little bit.
시청자 여러분 안녕하세요. 시크릿 뉴스룸 첩보요원 코드네임 비타민입니다. 이번 주도 다양한 해외 첩보들을 모아봤습니다. 그러면 첫 번째 LEC 첩보부터 전해드리겠습니다. LEC는 항상 예측 불가능한 매력을 뽐내는 리그인데요. 이번 주에도 불가능할 것 같았던 것을 가능하게 만들어버린 엄청난 매치업이 나왔습니다. 바로 4월 13일에 있었던 BDS와 팀 헤레틱스의 경기입니다. 1세트 시작 후 36분이 흐른 상황, 무려 13,000골드 차이가 납니다. 팀 헤레틱스는 어쩌다 이 지경까지 오게 된 걸까요? 경기 중반 팀 헤레틱스가 아타칸을 획득했지만 스카너의 3인 꿰뚫기에 잘 큰 그웬의 연계까지 이어지며 그대로 한타를 승리합니다. 한타 한 번에 4,400골드 차이, BDS가 상당히 앞서가죠. 이후 BDS가 바텀 2차를 밀려는 순간 스카너가 왜 그런 거죠? 결국 전령까지 허투루 쓰고만 BDS. 팀 헤레틱스는 기회다 하면서 사용을 치는데 탈리아와 렐의 그림 같은 연계, 바다용의 영혼만 획득하고 전멸하게 되죠. 그 와중에 버플. 이제 끝내러 간다 하며 위풍당당하게 넥서스로 향하는 BDS. 그런데 레나타 궁이 대박으로 적중. 헤레틱스가 한 턴 방어하는 데 성공하죠. 하지만 이미 13,500골드 차이. 게임을 뒤집기엔 너무나도 힘든 격차입니다. 이렇게 모두가 포기할 때쯤 셰오 선수는 역전의 시를 본 것 같습니다. 두 번째 장로용이 나온 순간 123 선수 어디 가죠? 당황한 BDS의 딜러진들 일단 장로 버스트! 이때 세주아니가 전멸, 강타, 판타스틱! 어이없는 플레이로 장로를 빼앗긴 BDS는 한타까지 패배. 40분 만에 첫 타워를 밀리고 두 번째 타워를 밀리고 억제기 타워도 밀리고 억제기도 밀리고 이대로 끝날 수도 있는 위기 상황. 만회하러 달려온 113의 스카너. 하지만 여기서 나온 허공을 가른 꿰뚫기. 속죄에 실패하고 결국 BDS는 무너지고 맙니다. 정말 믿을 수 없는 역전극을 보여준 헤레틱스. 앞으로도 이런 꿀잼 경기 많이 부탁해요. 다음은 LTA 첩보입니다. 최근 LTA 노스 유튜브 콘텐츠에서 과거 EG에서 한 팀을 이뤘던 임팩트, 인스파이어드, 벌컨 선수가 모였는데요. 현재 LTA의 연습 환경에 대해 이야기를 나눴다고 합니다.
It seems like teams are just talking to each other before the scrims and deciding how to play. I mean, we are since the beginning of the split we are telling everyone that we should just play fearless scrims no matter what, but everyone is just arguing with us and like we go into scrim, please give us one set of best of one. Like, but to us it's just like the best of one don't matter that much, don't matter pretty much at all. So like.
특히나 인스파이어드 선수는 단판제에 대한 아쉬움을 피력했습니다. 그리고 북미를 떠나 LEC에서 활약 중인 조조편 선수에 대한 언급도 있었습니다. 플레이 스타일은 그대로지만 라인전은 기대 이상, 반면 한타는 다소 아쉽다고 평했습니다. 마지막으로 LPL 소식입니다. 전령의 변화 이후 전령을 이용한 다양한 명장면이 나오고 있는데요. 이번에 LPL에서 역대급 전령 운전이 나왔다고 합니다. 4월 17일 웨이버 게이밍과 NIP 1세트에서 나온 장면입니다.
So, gonna be Chovy puts it in the start. He's out of there. Okay, he's gonna go again. We're going again. Come on, Tien. What the hell, man?
티안 선수, 이건 하라고 해도 못하겠는데요? 이건 실수에서 나온 예술이네요. 다행히 경기는 웨이버 게이밍의 승리! 2승 3패를 기록합니다. 티안 선수의 고개운전처럼 반등할 수 있을지 기대해봐야겠네요. 저희가 오늘 준비한 소식은 여기까지입니다. 그럼 다음 주 이 시간에 돌아오죠. 아디오스!
makes me stronger.
파이팅! 동심 파이팅!
하나생명 화이팅! 하나생명 화이팅!
하나생명 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. Hopefully a bit more entertaining than the first one, which was kind of just a blowout by Gen.G over Bro. This one is Nongshim up against Hamalife Esports. And on paper, Hama should be the stronger team, but Nongshim are looking better every day.
They certainly are. Nongshim are really looking the strongest they have ever looked, basically, since the rebranding, of course, of Team Dynamics. And 2022 had a really strong roster. Similar to, I'd say in a lot of ways the power level of the roster that we have for them here in 2025, but they're finding successes they didn't find 3 years ago. And Nongshim, a team that I feel like could even potentially one day be a world's representative for our region if they can continue to grow, if they can continue to improve. You can see there's just one win between Hanwha Life Esports and Nongshim right now in terms of match scores, 2 wins in terms of game score here. So very close between these two, and we keep talking about on paper, but I do feel like this was, when you look at all the matches of the week, the one that looked like it was probably going to be the most contentious, even though Hanwha are big favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. Nongshim, they have lost to, well, Gen.G and T1, actually. So T1 were able to take that victory, and Hamalife Esports on a 9-game winning streak is the way I would put it. Nongshim on a 9-game losing streak. By game, I mean match, of course. It has been pretty rough for them, but as you mentioned, this roster feels like it's in a very different place to what we've seen from Nongshim in the past.
Yeah. They're definitely the dark horse of the LCK, trying to derail what would be otherwise a 5-win streak here for Hanwha Life Esports. Which champion will make the game-winning play? And these two players have, even though they haven't obviously played together, they've kind of been sitting in the same spots across multiple rosters before, so Gen.G being the big shared one, obviously, between these two. And the champion pools here, a little bit different, but there are some big common standouts that are across both of them. And the Alistair being one of the big ones. I think Nongshim, they come in with the right mindset, some solid drafting days. Oh, you love to see it. Hands of delight.
That's not when you do the fist bump.
No, but they could do it again later. I think they could really get it done. For me, about Nongshim, the last few weeks watching them after LCK Cup, I'm looking at King and I'm like, yeah, world champion, but I've seen it already. Calyx, yeah, he came into the LCK before, didn't impress all of us too much. Jiwoo, yeah, Guma did snipe him that time. He ultimately did die. Lehens, where's the growth in the bottom lane? For me, it's all about Gideon. Gideon's the one who's getting it done. Gideon's the one I'm hyped about. Gideon is the guy who is getting these players leads. He is setting up early games. He's playing through lane prio. He's playing through the pressure. And he has been one of the most consistent junglers in the LCK. Playing against Peanut, that's the toughest matchup you're going to get there right now, I would say. So it is not going to be easy. Peanut has matched so many strong early game junglers and has counter-ganked to shut them down. Taking a look at the top lane matchup, though, it has been a pretty good year for Kingen thus far. You include the LCK Cup. Damage per gold, incredibly high. His kill participation is second in the top lane. And you can see his laning stats here, dwarfed by Zeus's in terms of the CS difference at 14. But the gold difference is relatively similar between these two. I do think this top matchup is going to be a lot of the time dependent on the matchup of what champions are going to collide there, and then how much jungle attention is put there. And that's, for me, going back to the jungle matchup, which is the most interesting to me, because Gideon hasn't, necessarily hit that brick wall that is Peanut just yet. And I want to find out
He's about to.
Yeah, I want to find out what happens when you take this incredibly strong early game jungler in Gideon and put him against one of the best counter gankers, one of the best map readers, and one of the best game sense junglers the LCK has ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big matchup. I think the top matchup is gigantic, as we've already highlighted. Zeus, I think, by and far, the best top laner right now. Keen is behind him, and I don't know how big that gap really is. We'll just have to wait and see when they do match up once again. But also, the only person I think that could maybe collide for like best player in the LCK would be Chovy, right? Chovy and Zeus. I think those are the two at the top that we have in our minds right now. Definitely some other names to throw in the pot, but those are the first two that come to mind. I think this matchup as well is going to be pretty gigantic. Like Calix, he's a great player. We know he's mechanically very strong, but he's just not really getting it done when it comes to the LCK. He's playing up against Zeka, who's a world champion and has a massive champion pool now. It's definitely something that he's worked on in his many years since the World Championship.
In seasons past, when we watched Calix come in, there was the rotation between him and Fiesta as well. Like, we were not impressed, and I think a lot of it was getting adjusted to playing in the LCK. Playing on this stage versus playing on the Challenger stage is very different. It's a higher level of play. You have a massive audience that's both, rooting for you, but also ready to point out your mistakes the second you make them. It's a lot of added pressure. I do think this year, though, Calix has looked like he's shaken off a lot of that pressure. He's looking a little bit more consistent. If we can find that consistency for Gio, who's also had some pretty good games, but it hasn't been every game, it hasn't been every series you could trust him, then Nongshim really could be that top 4 contender that I was kind of alluding to earlier on. They do have blue side in this series as well for game 1, so that's an extra edge they have in draft. I am hyped for this one, Valdez.
It's going to be a good one. I really hope that Nongshim rise to the challenge and makes it a close match. Otherwise, Hanwha in their current form, still very strong. Yes, they have that one loss to Gen.G, but that was kind of a fluke, I feel like. Gen.G are very strong, but Hanwha were not ready on that day, did not have a great performance. But now it's about Nongshim up against them. We're going to see Yonehi banned away from this team, as it's by pretty much everybody, even after the quote-unquote nerfs.
Wow, Vi and Sejuani, so Jace Gwyn definitely going to be rising to the top. See if they drop that Kalista ban. Does end up being a little bit awkward, though, if you leave both the Jace and the Gwen, as the Gwen will actually be banned by Nongshim, interestingly. Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah. I mean, you really have to be careful around Zeus if you are Kingen. Kingen did throw us for the Diana top loop. I don't really want to see that again.
Yeah, I want to actually put a pause on the loop. Yeah. I don't want to watch it on repeat a second time.
Can he just play Jace,
Wow, a Taliyah ban towards Calix here.
Both are available now, the Kalista and the Jace. I think you have to pick Jace.
I would rather see Jace as well. Especially when you consider you have Jace and then you outrange the Kalista with it. You shoot from far away.
Don't give Zeus this pick. Okay.
They agree.
We're on the same page here.
We're taking steps to removing the Kalista priority, the perma-ban Kalista that's burned into every screen of every LCK watcher in that top 3 bans you see on red side. I'm glad to see. Now, you don't even necessarily have to play Kalista here. Taliyah is banned, however. See the Azir to come through first. Poppy also going to feel very good into the Kalista if it's locked right now. Nongshim Red Force can pick that up. I actually really like how both teams have just said, no, this isn't the place for the Callista here. Not in this game 1 draft. And the Xin Zhao will be picked. So very tier listy draft so far.
Yeah, and Azir and Xin Zhao work really well together, and I think that a lot of our teams have realized that Xin Zhao is one of the top, if not the best jungler on the patch, as we're going to see Callista Elise.
The cool thing about grabbing Callista here in this spot specifically is they only get to pick one part of their bottom duo, so you can tear the rest of it apart. If they wanted to grab Poppy here, you could do a lot with that in the second phase. Going to be a Rumble to come through instead for Hanwha Life Esports. And now, you know, if you're playing Poppy into Elise as well, you're not feeling very comfortable about how that goes, just in general. Yeah, you're going to stop the Martial Pose pretty well, but otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a tougher matchup to play out. So the range support here does kind of shore up that weakness, and you get to have both when you're on blue side in that rotation. So this is where the Callista belongs, in my opinion, Valdez, right where Nongshim put her.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a very strong pick, but, you know, blindable B1, not 100% sure, especially with so many other strong picks in the meta currently. Like, even the Azir is, to me, like, I see that and I'm like, oh crap, they got Azir. Like, that's gigantic, and now they get to ban even more mid stuff. Like, what is Calyx gonna play? Do they ban away his Sylas as well? How deep do we have to dig into Calyx's pool? It's gonna be the Corki.
That's an interesting one, as it's been a pick he's played obviously a lot in past Corki metas. I wonder if they're considering as well, this could be a Jace mid pick that could be played out into the mid lane into the Azir, but you won't get counter pick for top if you do that. So, I mean, I suppose the Rumble is already locked in. They could try to play around that a little bit.
Play like Aurora?
Yeah, it's tricky though to actually set that up.
So it's a weird comp for sure. That happens.
I think that the Caitlyn and Ashe bans both make sense. Those are two champions that can actually kind of go toe-to-toe with the Callista. Otherwise, you're like looking at Raven, Renata, or something like that, you know, something kind of insane. Playing Rakan into this is going to be a challenge for sure.
Yeah, Rakan comes out. You could even pick up Poppy jungle if you really wanted to.
One of the safest picks here, I feel, for Nongshim is just to grab Victor. You know, and just say, like, we have consistent damage with that, and it's a decent lane into the Azir.
Yeah, I think he needs something that matches the Azir. Calyx's Sylas has been comfort for him. He is a very strong Sylas player.
Yeah. And they've got a lot of great ults to steal for him already, too, in this draft. And now we'll find out what that final jungle pick is going to be here. I don't think it's going to be Sylas, so... All right, well, Jace? I think it's going to be Elise. The Fury has dropped massively in priority this week, specifically towards the middle of it as well. But does work well into Rumble. Can be pretty good into Azir as well, because you can just avoid the Emperor's Divide. They're going to opt for the Draven, but not with Renata. Felt like they needed a little bit more engage in this comp. Even though they have Azir and they have Xin Zhao, they opted to put Delight on his iconic Rakan. This lane can be extremely volatile when you look at how it plays out. If the Rakan just gets shut down, you know, gets caught, you know, on entry by a Cocoon and ends up taking a ton of damage, it's really hard to win those ensuing trades. You can't all in as easily with the Draven without the Renata bailout. So I think it's a good pick, and I think it's one of the only matchups with the Caitlyn and Ashe removed that you can kind of go toe-to-toe in. But it is a very awkward situation for the comp, because it's not a pick comp. It's not easy to get that cash in unless Nongshim mess up. You know, unless they make a mistake, somebody gets caught, they overextend in a fight. There's not a lot of setup for the cash in. We see often Draven in lanes like this when you have a dive comp with like Ahri with Vi, where you just toss the ult on top of all of that. So I think it's a good comp. It's just very tricky. I think Hanwha Life, though, are good enough to pilot it.
Yeah, I mean, Delight's worked his magic before. He'll play Alistar if the lane is okay, but in lanes like this, he'll just pick up Rakan instead and be like, well, I'm still engaging, just on this pick. That's a little bit safer for lane. So I think they'll be okay, specifically because it is Delight. But it's also Lehen's on Elise. So that is really kind of scary if you're looking from the opposite side as a Hanwha Life Esports fan. But I think this comp works a lot, you know, a bit tier listy. You know, they pick out the Draven last to deal with the Callista lane. We'll see how it goes as we are ready. Game number 1 is ready to go right now. Let's hop onto the Rift.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
So Gideon isn't playing the hot dog skin. Do we need to remake or?
No, it's actually preferred this way for me.
I think he should play the hot dog skin.
Well,
otherwise, I don't even. Why would he even play Nefiri? What's the point?
Can you imagine a dog that has, or wolf, or canine for that matter, that's got mustard in its fur? Come on.
That is, yeah, that's kind of a bad visual.
Who's gonna clean that up?
I mean, you could always just jump in the river, you know, dogs
That was
swim.
that was my first thought, to be honest, after I posed the question.
Is one of her emotes where you like roll on the ground as well, like on your back? I feel like it's doable.
That's cool that Calyx starts the sweeper and actually gets the ward cleared out right before Gideon goes in, so doesn't really end up being any value for that here for Hanwha Esports.
Not sure if Calyx wanted to hit those chains. As we got a trade down the bottom lane, not much of a trade for Notion as Ju takes a massive chunk. I think that's also a matchup we haven't talked about too much is Ju into Viper. Like, Viper is a top-class world champion. He's really in form right now as well. I feel like Ju is not really in form. Like, he's a good player, but he's not in form right now. And, well, they're not going to get the ward, but they got a great trade onto Delight. And I do worry for Ju in this matchup. We'll see what he can do.
You know, in a lot of ways, though, I think a lot of it's about Gio's judgment, and most of the plays are made by Lehens in this matchup. You know, he's the one who sets up the cocoon or layers that damage and gets the electrocute proc. You know, it's otherwise just Gio judging and positioning where he needs to be. He's already blown his barrier, which is a huge tool that you really want to have to win out the lane. Viper wasn't able to budget that in because there's a lot of CC he needs to deal with. He needs to deal with cocoon, so having cleanse is required. So you felt good that you had the barrier advantage, but you don't anymore because you lost it. Calyx.
Yeah, going in.
Conquer.
I mean, this guy is good. Like, he knows how to play Sylas, especially. Like, that's, if I think about Calyx, I think about Sylas. That's why I said it in the draft. He knows how to play the champ. But again,
good matchup into his ear.
He just needs to be able to play it at the level that Zeka will be playing tonight.
Yeah, if it was
as well.
If it was, you know, end of spring 2022 LCK, I'd be like, oh man, Zeka's not that great at the Azir. Like, this could go bad. But it's not that Zeka. It's fully developed, insane Giga Chad Super Soldier Zeka that can play anything now.
He really can play anything. There was a sign as well in the audience that said, Zeka, show me your muscles. We'll see if we get some of that. We got it from Bull and Dagon.
True. And a little bit from Hype when he did the interview on the space. Small little, like, little Giga Chad thing, you know. But Zeka, you can kind of see him even if he doesn't show him.
True.
He is approximately 8 feet tall. Approximately.
Yeah. What would 8 feet tall be in centimeters?
Like, don't do this to me.
240, right?
Yeah, 30 centimeters per foot. 240. 240. Yeah, it's 240.
Yeah. I knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was asking the question, because clearly I didn't know. I was gonna guess like 220, maybe. But yeah, he's pretty tall. Not that tall, actually.
Lehens has an opportunity, gets a cleanse.
Yeah, the cleanse comes out on the cocoon, but Lehens is still going in. He's still going forward. He knows he has to repel, and Viper's getting low. Finally, the back comes out, but there it is. The first blood goes to Delight anyway. As he's in the bush, the knockup comes in, and a couple more axes get the job done. There was no escaping for Jiwoo. And it's just a 2v2 victory to Hanwha Esports.
The main thing about all of this is the fact that, well, there's two real big things. One, Viper obviously has cleanse, so that type of all-in is very tricky to pull off. And then they just had more health going into the fight. And without barrier, Jiwoo trying to push the envelope there is a little tricky. Actually, I guess he did have his barrier back up going into that fight. But when you look at it back, like, look at how Lehens goes in on this. Instant cleanse. Instantly. Does a ton of damage, but Delight keeps Jiwoo out. All the spears on the second rend that he wants to get end up being on Delight, because Viper's out of rage now, so he can't actually do anything here. So he's just putting sticks into Delight, and Delight's too healthy, gets the knock up. Viper comes back in, can't transfer the spears, and so that's the kill. Even the barrier wasn't enough. I didn't realize he had that back up. But it's just what happened before is why that didn't work out, you know? Like, the lack of control over the lane. It was a nice opportunity that Hens found. Like, he was able to see that, try to capitalize, but Clen's still up.
Yeah, it was pretty close, you know, if Ju could just get a little bit closer to Viper, but speed boost, I mean, this is part of why Draven is so good into Kalista. Not only do you win 1v1 trades very hard, uh-oh. Okay, he's not gonna face check it, but the light is as the Cocoon comes down. This is Rakan, though. Big chunk of damage, so they'll get him out, but that does mean that they can't fight for the grub.
Yeah, that feels really good while Gideon's taking the grubs, as you say. And Viper does not have cleanse anymore, so if he gets hit, he is just going to die away from his turret. So now they can just kind of zone some farm away, comfortably take these grubs. And because Peanut was rotating up, they can't cross-map.
Uh-oh, there's the sweep. Zeka in a bit of trouble, goes back in, and doesn't use it himself, actually. Waits to use the Emperor's Divide.
I guess didn't have full vision on...
Oh, Flash comes in. Forces the Flash. Calyx really testing Zeka today.
Yeah, I thought for a moment he was worried about where Gideon was, but he actually had him tracked on the ward as...
well, yeah, he's getting ulted here. And there you go. That's why you save your...
Yeah!
There you go.
He's like, Gideon's not coming now, but he will come later. And I'm ready for it. So both Flashes down, both ultis down. And that gave enough time for Delight to come back to the lane, bring all of that. No big advantage found here on the top side, but 3 grubs do go over. And as I was mentioning before that fight broke out, Peanut was pathing top side, so didn't end up going for a gank bottom or, you know, didn't trade Dragon for it or anything like that. But they do have a lot of bottom control right now. We'll see if that does lead to the Drake, especially with Gideon's ult now being down. I think you feel fairly comfortable to start this after the scuttle. It's not opt for it, though. Zeka doesn't have TP, so, you know, he has to walk back to the lane. I guess that's a part of why he hesitated for a moment.
And it's pulling the Drake out. Did look like he was just going to run back and do his Gromp, but yeah, eventually does begin it. And so they lose all 3 grubs, which Nongshim will be quite happy about, I'd say, especially with the Jace and mid lane that's going pretty well. But Life Esports do get this first Dragon. I said in the first series, Dragons are kind of fake. Still believe that, but a little consolation prize. They also won the 2v2 in the bottom side, so that's the big difference maker right now for Hanwha.
Certainly. And you see Lens interacting with the late here. Not really an opportunity to follow up just yet. Gideon's close to his ultimate. Calyx is coming over, so just going to take some vision away. And it could be some jungle that goes with it, as Peanut is too far away to contest. Gideon doesn't have vision of that, though. If they can kill the Draven early, I mean, that's kind of the MO. You know, that's kind of what you're looking to do when you are playing this type of composition. Don't let him get those cash-ins. Don't let him get accelerated.
Uh-oh, Delight. Here we go again. The max range Cocoon comes through, but it's still Rakan. Knockup goes in on the Lahans. There's the charm. They want to try to all in onto the Elise. Lahans very low, but the follow-up here from Viper a little bit slow. They're still going to use the Fate's Call, and Lahans goes back in. And this is in a lot of danger, but they have the backup, and down goes Zeka. Will trade his life for it, but they give a kill over to Nafiri with that play. Nicely done by Nongshim.
Yeah, really well played there. And the ult coming through from Calyx, stealing Delights at the final moments there, getting in to deal some additional damage. So Nongshim now on the board, getting that Nafiri kill. At the end of the day, still 1,000 gold behind, though. They need more than this. I really appreciate, though, the attempted usage of that topside control of the jungle, trying to fish for those picks, trying to look for a favorable fight. This is a greedy teleport. Won't go unpunished.
Yeah, I mean, Calyx is punishing as much as you possibly can. Take another look at this.
And the fact that the Sylas can't get here right away means that this is a playable fight here for Hanwha Life. Delight tosses in the ult. Peanut is here. Repel gets Lahens out, and they turn the fight. Really nice Fate's Call here as well. The Draven ultimate actually nearly getting a cash in there. Lahens, though, still incredibly low. They flash for him. That does, of course, leave Zeka isolated. So, well played on both sides.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Viper had a big wave under his turret, so he was kind of hesitating. Do I help out? Do I come into the fight? Do I stay under the turret? And he kind of went back and forth a couple of times, so I think the worst of both worlds in that case.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you.
But It's fine. You know, he's not far behind. He's still got a gold lead. Hasn't died.
That's the key. That's the main thing.
Clearing out all the vision. Hama wants these grubs.
I hadn't really like locked in and paid attention to it until just now, but it is a Ghost Blade first on the Callista. So going for a little bit more lethality, a little bit more poke variant on this one.
A lot of Ghost Blade by many different champs nowadays. As they're going to fight for this one. Smite does come through from Peanut early. Calyx is in the thick of things. He's got the Xin Zhao ult. Meanwhile, Zeka once again isolated on the right side. He's just going to go down, but they do get the kill onto Calyx for trading mid laners. Look at Zeus finally showing up to the fight. He's just burning Ziyu down. Goes extremely deep for that though. Nearly loses his life to the doggies there at the end. And guess what? Kingen wasn't even a part of that fight, and still it was close.
Yeah, was very close. And he's not anywhere near to getting this turret, so he's not going to be getting first brick off of the play while he sits down here. A little bit of plate gold does go over. A good target selection there by Nongshim, but it feels like it's just, they're almost able to turn these plays into really great successes.
Wow. He wanted the punish so badly.
I mean, if
he got baited by Lehens.
If you give a cash in like that, I mean, the coaches will be having a word. As Calyx has the Xin Zhao ultimate, like you mentioned, Zeka is isolated here. It's a really nice repel. Kill goes over to Lehens, but unfortunately, that ultimate does time out. Zeus goes deep for this and did use his flash, so he's not going to be feeling great about that, even though he does ultimately survive here because there's not enough damage to take him out on the turnaround there. But the grubs do go to Hanwha Life Esports. As Delight he's out there, but he's fine.
Yeah. Viper did get the kill onto Calyx, so enjoying some extra gold in his back pocket. And he's got a Ghost Blade too. So we're moving fast, and we're enjoying this item quite a lot in this matchup. I mean, we've got a Ghost Blade on Jace as well. See that a lot nowadays. Just the way it is.
Yeah.
Zeka's getting bullied this game.
Yeah, Kingen is coming over here looking for an aggressive trade, forces Zeka's dash, and they have a ton of control over this Dragon Pit right now. Hasn't spawned yet, but it's about to, and Hanwha Life Esports trying to brute force the way into this, I think, is not the best or ideal option. Zeus does not have TP. It was rotating down, but remember, this is a Callista composition, so you know, if you think about it too long, the Dragon will just be gone. But as Hanwha Life walk away, Nongshim just decide to put Kingen in this bottom lane, grab another plate, don't commit to the Dragon. As dragons aren't real, I guess, Valdez.
Yeah. They're not real.
Jace, it could be real.
I mean, Kingen has flash, but I don't know if he gets away from this one. As the follow flash comes through from Zeka, it is very textbook. As he goes in and gets a kill. Zeka, he got bullied the whole game, and old brother Peanut comes in to help him out.
I mean, Hanwha had so much vision around the Dragon, so they knew Nongshim were not there. They left, and Kingen was pushed up way too far on his own. Lens comes down here for a potential punish, but it's too late. So ultimately, Hanwha just get the Dragon. They don't have to win the team fight. They don't have to wrestle Pryo away. They just watch Nongshim walk out, get a kill on Kingen to say thank you very much. So now 2 Dragons to lead for another Chemtech Soul.
Having so many this season.
Yeah, it's kind of suspicious.
I mean, there was the one day where we had like 5, right? Didn't that happen? Am I?
Yeah, no, it's, I mean.
And now we're having 2 today.
Curses aren't real, but Chemtech stats are. Well, I mean, Chronicler says curses aren't real is what I meant to say. Oh, they're definitely real. But the Chemtech numbers are, don't run them. It might mind boggle.
Yeah, staggering.
Yeah, that was a close call on that Cocoon, but Cleanse was available.
Well, Hens is also playing the skin where the Cocoon is like tiny. And I feel like it's harder to see. Yeah. For me, at least.
I could feel you on that one.
Yeah.
For us, mere mortals, non-pro gamers.
Well, speak for yourself.
I mean, in Viper's case, he didn't get hit by it. He knew the range perfectly. You know, he's like,
yeah,
why are you even tossing that at me? That doesn't reach.
At a certain point, as you mentioned, it's like you just know the circle around the enemy champ where you can stand.
Yes.
You know? And some of our less experienced players, you know, hype from the first series, right? Standing in range of the Nautilus Q.
Yeah. I mean, watching
stuff like that.
The difference between that and watching Chovy dance around the Yone in lane on the Victor, you know, obviously experience does factor a lot into this. And Viper, he's got that in spades. Feels like it was not that long ago when he debuted, but time does fly. It's been a really long time.
Yep, he's one of the Griffin originals. He also did play Teemo 80 carry. I feel like I'm, just listing off my trivia chart of Viper.
Yeah, now he is world champion, as you mentioned earlier. He's been on so many different teams, played in 2 different regions. He's been the top of both. And so, yeah, he knows the Cocoon range.
Yeah, that's what we were trying to say. A very long-winded way of saying.
I like to glaze a little now and then to just explain that,
Yeah, he knows what Elise does. Yeah.
I think he's familiar with her kit, yeah. Both of them.
Played against it a couple times.
Yeah. Well, this is not looking good for this turret. The turret, chances of turret survival looking minimal. But in exchange, a Herald goes down, so if they go for the bottom turret with that Herald, its chances of survival are minimal. The mid and top turrets, though, are very healthy. There's not a ton of control. They could try to hard force here and look for a dive, but it's in Azir with Emperor's Divide. Doesn't have any teammates yet as Delight isn't here. So they will actually successfully, knowing that bottom pressure was there, say, okay, there's not enough people here to stop this. Zeka respects. As soon as you see Zeka walking away there, too, you just know. So I think they already did. Second charge is risky.
He's going to go for it anyway. He goes untargetable, and, well, that's the power of Nefiri. Got that second charge in.
Did I say risky? I meant completely safe for this champion in particular.
Yeah, he's got that dog in him, so you can't stop him.
He's got that levitation in him.
Yeah. Why does the dog levitate anyway?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is the lore behind that?
Yeah,
can we get a cinematic that explains that? Like, nobody understands. Maybe it's like agility, like it's a very fast dog and he kind of...
Atlas is going to be like, darkened dogs are known to levitate.
Well, he probably knows the name and he'd be like, it's in the name, guys.
It's not levitation, actually, technically.
Yeah. She's actually dodging all the bullets like
it's
Neo
an extended,
from the Matrix.
It's an extended jump. This is half of this turret gone, but the TP is committed.
Yeah, so Zeka says, goodbye, Peanut. It was nice knowing you. And that's going to be a shutdown given over to Kingen. Meanwhile, the chase is still on. We got some axes flying in.
Oh,
no! Snipe is perfect!
You can't just back there where they last saw you, or you're going to get caught! He got caught!
He got caught.
Oh, how much gold? I guess we'll get the thing will come up and we'll know, but it was a lot. I can tell you guys that much. It was a lot.
Yeah, Viper has Collector as well, so it's just like the easiest.
So he also got 25 on top of it.
Yeah. He's collecting. And it's not bro tax that he's collecting, it's actual money.
Oh, man. All right, well, Peanut gets caught here. Zeka says, I have a pretty nice dash, and the Fury is a targeted one. And then Kingen just insta-channels the back, doesn't walk at all. If he walks even a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, look at Viper, he's like, I know where he is. I might as well check it. He's watching it. 316. Not sure what the total gold ultimately ended up being there, but 840 total extra gold. It was covered. I was like, why they didn't show it to me? I wanted to see it.
It's a lot. That's a really big Draven. 2-0-2.
Yeah, 2,000 gold ahead now.
Does Ju get to play the game? I mean, the Draven was the last pick, right? You don't often see the R5 80 carry, but into this comp, I feel like it's got a lot of ways to just chunk frontliners. As long as he dodges Jace poke,
yeah,
and he's still going to get healed up by the Rakan. I feel like this Draven, as long as it gets off the ground, it's going to be so good in this game.
I mean, it's levitating, as we put it earlier. It's off the ground. And Alex.
Dua Lipa. All right, let's go in. Oh, the engage from Delight is beautiful, and from the team as well. And Nongshim, they just abandoned ship. They're just like, nope. We cannot fight this.
Such a beautiful play from Delight. It denies any sort of follow-up from Nongshim. They're just completely zoned away. Lehens.
There he is, Repel again. He comes down. Very close. He was burning still a little bit.
Yeah, the lore on how the spider does that's a little bit more simple.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
She's got a she's got string. So Calyx goes in. steals away the Xin Zhao ultimate, which is kind of like what you want to do in this comp. That's why Sylas could be so powerful into Xin Zhao in general, because you go in and you're like, okay, well, they can't kill me now. Steal the Xin Zhao ultimate, very tanky. Delight, though, zones the rest of the team away in that moment while Calyx is untargetable, while he cannot be killed. That's when they want to follow up. That's when they want to make something happen. But Delight just says no.
Yeah. And then the immediate follow-up from Zeus was also very nice. You can see that Humble Life Esports, one of the best team fighting teams in the LCK, if not the best. I mean, it would be basically just them or Genji at this point. We do kind of have a top 2 in the LCK. But, yeah, I mean, they're just very smooth with it. And, yeah, it was good that he stole the Xin Zhao ult, because otherwise he would have died to Viper. As we saw in the replay, you know, that the blades were coming out. He was ready for another cash-in, another execution. And he's almost got IE. So Viper, 21 minutes into the game, nearly has 3 items, including an IE.
He hits like a truck. There wasn't like any intended like.
Yeah, no, he does. Yeah, you're right, Wolf.
No, he just does.
I'm like, what is he trying to? What
no,
did Wolf mean by that? Mentioning trucks.
This wasn't one of those times.
What is he trying to say?
No one's unhappy. Everything's fine.
There's no drama here.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it.
Almost some drama, but he got the cannon.
I was very concerned.
Well, the game is still playable here for Nongshim, but it gets really challenging when you have no map control. You're trying to play this low-range comp outside of the Jace, right, which softens these players up, but you spent so much time in the side lane. Does have teleport, and because Nongshim are aware of this, I don't think Hanwha can actually commit, but because they're all here, they can just say, we'll take a turret instead.
Yeah, I don't think you can really try to turn this one around. Calyx standing under the turret by himself, already flashed, steals the Rakan ult just to survive, and has to flash as well. I mean, that's not... It's not what you want to see, although Peanut did have to flash as well, I guess.
Well, if you're a Nongshim fan, you're like, cool, successful, Otacon deny. But if you're a Hanwha fan, you're like...
is that the cope angle? I mean, I guess.
If you're a Hanwha fan, you're like, well, 2 turrets and a kill.
Just keep going. I mean, they don't have an angle here at all. And there's nothing here either. Zeus is like, I'm just going to kill this guy.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get a nice little flank. Okay, well, now there's no TP. And Zeus gets a kill.
And a kill.
But they denied the Otacon.
They did deny the Otacon.
I'm glad you caught that, Wolf.
Yeah, it's just, this comp is so difficult to play from behind. It really is.
Yeah.
And when you draft like this, and you're indexing into the Kalista, which, by the way, continues to struggle, although I do feel like this was a pretty good Kalista angle with what they had in the draft. When you have a Kalista comp, and you're running the Sylas, you don't have consistent damage, really, in a team fight. You're kind of looking for Jace to lead in, and then you follow up. It gets tougher. Now, if you have a
I think they get this
vision hole on the map, and you can start this Otacon quickly, you're going to force a response here. It's still not guaranteed. Viper's so far away, though.
Yeah.
Has his ult, at least.
Well, Zeus is going to find Calyx up 2 levels, and the rest of the team is just getting in onto Calyx so quickly. King and also getting incredibly low. Calyx is just out of the fight. He's not even part of this game. As in the rest of them go, Peanut lives for so long and gets the knock-up, dodges the shock blast, and it's a triple kill to Zeka. Penta angle coming on in, making a quadra. We're just going to get another Penta today. Zeka picks it up again.
Another Penta for the man. 7 kills on the Azir. You cannot do Otacon, say Hanwha Life Esports, and this Otacon deny, I feel like, was the big story. And now Hanwha Life just going to, after the clean ace, walk down the top lane and end the game. As simple as that. Volatile comps here against each other. Hanwha Life pull ahead. And beautiful team fights across the board. Delight looking so good on this Rakan.
Yep, it's one of the picks you can't give him. They could just hit the Nexus, but instead they go for the fight, and Zeus dies, which I believe is his only death of the game. But still, they win the game. That's really all they care about. Zeka started off 0-2, ended the game 7-2. There's always a comeback angle.
I do think there were some errors of judgment in the early game for Nongshim. I think one of the biggest feels bad man moments was when Kingen got executed by the Draven after not moving to recall. Stuff like that, small things like that. And everyone who's played Ezreal or Draven, you know, knows, or even like Vex, when you see that, you're like, well, I'll go for it.
Yeah.
See if he moved. And like sometimes you just,
all right, I'll send it.
Yeah, sometimes you send it. You wait, you get that notification in your kill feed, and someone in your teammate just like question mark pings right next to you, and you're like, yeah, I did it.
Yeah.
Because if you don't move, you know, sometimes you get got. Viper didn't end up even doing that much damage in this game. In that last fight, he basically ulted and did a decent amount of damage with it, but that was not really what the fight was about. It was about the front line. It was about Zeka cleaning up, getting a pentakill. Hanwha Esports are an elite team. Do not underestimate their early mid-game, or they will just run away with it.
The Otacon play was desperate, and they got punished for it. As Calyx, I feel bad for him. He wasn't really a part of this one. As 1-0, Hanwha Esports in the lead. We'll take a break.
제이스부터 여기
맞아.
제이스 프리코. 위 다 묻혔고.
제이스 계속 갈게. 제이스.
위에 봐줘. 칼리.
제이스 봐주면 좋고.
나필 띄었고.
칼리 노플이야. 제이스 노플.
까먹자.
칼리 노플. 너네
펜타 잡고 펜타하기대. 펜타인데? 펜타.
그냥 이것밖에 없는데 못 끝내냐?
끝낼만해.
끝낼만 하지 않냐?
일단 확인. 털고 있어. 가자.
내가 핑크를 여기 박아줄게.
끝낼 생각을 할 거면
확실히 해보자.
이퀄도 돌긴 해.
15초.
번영 슈가. 펜타킬 2번 했네.
10초. 드레이브는 피면 안 되고.
한라인만 미드 건드지
말고.
건드지 마.
웨이브 상황은 진짜
끝낼만 하다.
너무 좋아.
이퀄 나 깔게. 두 번째 타워에 철거 터뜨릴게.
나이스.
오케이. 이거로 세탁 살려줘.
끝낼게 일단.
그래. 살려.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space as it was a victory there for Hanwha Life Esports over Nongshim. A perfect couple of Draven ults and a Penta as well. Digon alongside Ox and Woodid to break that last one down. Pretty solid draft here by Nongshim. Didn't quite stick the landing. You said maybe a Poppy there at that B5 would have been good with all the dashes. But even then, R5 goes to Draven, and it is just such a pick that you have to play around when it's piloted by such a great bot laner in Viper.
Yeah, I think they had some decent lane matchups. Ultimately, we saw Calyx doing really well in the mid lane. Credit to him, doing good against Zeka. But both the top and the bot lane matchups pretty favorable for Nongshim. But the thing is, their composition, very volatile. These are a lot of feast or famine champions. And in a game like this, if you do mis-execute slightly or at certain moments, you will just fall apart, especially into a Draven, going that lethality build. As soon as he gets fed, there is no one on the enemy team he doesn't kill in like 2 hits.
I still like the idea. I think they could make game even better with their picks. Like their blind picks were really good. Jace, known as one of the best blind pick on the top lane. And also, I think in the mid lane, Calyx played pretty well against the Azir matchup. I mean, the only issue is that they got 2v2 kills on the bot side. And I think that's really bad. I'm actually mad about it because like that made whole plan destroyed.
Yeah, you use the word volatile. As soon as he said that in the back, Wolf said the same thing on the broadcast. We take a look at that bot lane getting blown up here. Just a little bit of misplay, and it ends up being just very difficult.
So what makes Arkan really weak in the lane is that you cannot hit W. And then whenever you use your W in front, enemy AD carry will just flash over, and then you got nothing. You have no damage. You cannot defend your AD carry, or you cannot do anything. But he got hit by Rakan W. He didn't dodge with the flash, and that made this 2v2 worst.
The thing is, I feel like it's a bit of the synergy not being there between Lehens and Jiwoo, because they get the cleanse, and Lehens is instantly like, okay, I can now ignite, I can now go in. Jiwoo is thinking, we got the cleanse, let's back off. And in that split second where the communication or just the synergy isn't there, more importantly, that is what ends up making this play fail. Because if they'd backed off after the cleanse, would have been fine. If he'd flashed over the W, they would have got the kill and maybe even been able to take down the Rakan as well. But it just feels like, even for a moment, they were on a different page. And then you see Jiwoo tries to flash later to make up for it. But the damage is done. Lehens can't finish off Viper, and then they get cleaned up.
And this is what Valdez was talking about, and all of us have been saying on the broadcast. It's not about how good Jiwoo is. It's about the form that he's in now. And it's those half-second decisions where when you don't line up with it, a team like Hanwha Life Esports, who is in form and very talented, will punish. And that was just the beginning. Again, the Draven didn't cash out there. It was a double kill, but didn't cash out. There was a little bit of hope, but eventually catches out. And then at the end, here we have a huge fight that goes the way of another pentakill in the mid lane for Zeka.
Yeah, I mean, if you're behind with that comp, it's really hard to play out the mid-late game team fight because they have such a value picks in the late game. But I think it worked out pretty well. But the details that they had, the HLE, survives with the 1 HP, uses of a great item, and the skill shots, everything was just working out perfectly for HLE, and they got the pentakill on Zeka at the end.
Yeah, I mean, not the most challenging pentakill. It was kind of him just cleaning up, but I think it showed, Zeka managed to navigate through the lane, managed to get a lot of gold behind him, and the Azir in the late game still an absolute menace. I think Nongshim, a couple of mistakes early on really put them behind in this one. As much as you said, Draven didn't get the cash in then, I think it really took the bite out of the Elise lane, and then it gave a lot more freedom. Then the gold started to come through, and eventually it gets to the point where you just can't really walk up to this Draven. If anyone gets close, too much damage.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of early game mistakes can actually affect the next game as well because, I mean, just imagine your solo queue. After minute 3, the game is over. You feel really depressed, right? And I think that happened same in this game 1. After 4 minutes, after those double kills on the bot lane, I think game was kind of unplayable, Like Draven got really fine after that, and Kalista Elise being... It has to be really aggressive in the early game, but they couldn't do anything in the early game. And after that, the game was just slowly losing. So I feel like it can be really damaged for Nongshim, but they have to do it. They have to make it. It's BO3, and it's time to bounce back.
Yeah, you think about the great Elise games that we've had here in the LCK, a lot of them being piloted by Lehens. He's everywhere. He's making plays. and dying. In this case, it was pretty muted, and I think all of that had to deal with the volatility of the comp and the power that was on the bottom side of the map. So this time, given the fact that Nongshim had a pretty good draft, what is somewhere that you want to focus against Hanwha Life Esports for Nongshim, Ox?
I think, maybe the confidence has been battered a little bit in the bot lane. You try to take this aggressive 2v2 challenge and lost. Maybe pick something that can play a bit safer for Jiwoo. Have Lahen's roam, look to influence your solo lanes, because I think they were showing up pretty well. And I think particularly if you get Calyx rolling, maybe you can have a pop-up performance.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Calyx being really well. I mean, I think he's performing really well, especially he's playing against so many good mid laners, but I feel like in trade, in lane, he's playing pretty decent. So I agree on you. I think they have to keep up the priority on the bot lane so you can actually send your support to the mid lane so you can actually snowball from the mid lane. So I think I just want to see more from Calyx. I think he has ability to win out those good mid laners.
Yeah, Nongshim as a team, as an organization, looking to try and break their way on up, not only beyond the top 4, but even higher. To do so, they have to beat teams like Hanwha Life Esports when the opportunity is there. The opportunity was there in game number 1. They weren't able to take it. Let's see if they're able to create another one in game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers. Luckily for Hanwha Life Esports, they are known as the opportunity creators. So I would expect them to do just that, honestly. As I think that signed their Hanwha Life Esports win 2-0. Probably going to happen, but we'll see what Nongshim have prepared here.
Yeah.
We'll be on blue side again.
Taiwanese fan there as well is the one asking for the muscle. And it was a cool Yone drawing where Yone was also a chicken. I guess because Zeka plays Galio a lot, and there's a Galio chicken skin. Not really sure what was going on there, but it was a cool drawing.
Maybe it was Garen. That's a Pengu.
I suppose. I mean, he had 2 swords, so I don't. Anyways, I don't think Zeka is going to play Yone this series. I don't think it will be allowed.
It's not allowed, honestly. I don't think anyone should let them play that.
I think it'll be banned right here, just like game 1.
Actually, Yone was banned first, and then Varus was banned.
Ooh.
Akali.
That's a choice you could make.
I mean,
they're like, no happy gaming in game 2. We will take that away from you at least.
Is this just...
No 15-kill Akali game,
I think it's just that Jace and Rumble are Fearless banned, and they want to first pick Gwen. And, like, the only other thing that might be played into it is, like, a Zeus Akali? But I don't know. That's really reaching.
Yeah, you stretched that one so far. I thought it was going to snap.
Well, I think it didn't.
Yeah, no.
At least
you explained it well.
I held it together.
Yeah.
This time.
I personally don't think it's a very valuable ban, considering some of the other picks that are still strong and available. Gideon getting targeted this time around, Vi and Sejuani taken away, since, like you mentioned, some of the other Fearless bans are there. Some of the really popular red side bans that they didn't ban. Ambessa will be taken away here.
What if they just ban Gwen?
The Varus?
What's the plan then?
Yeah, the Varus ban... I'm kind of like, yeah, that one works for me. Like, I think that's solid in every scenario. The Akali and Ambessa bans try to get a good matchup for the Gwen. Is countered by half of the bans. Like, it's like one half of ban needed to react to everything you've done there. So let's see what the backup plan is, because there has to be one. And I hope it's not like first pick Ezreal and see what happens.
I hope now that it's first pick Ezreal and see what happens. I mean, they got to pick something blind. Calyx is giving a lot of thought. The Yone
was up, and they don't want Zeka to have that. So they didn't ban it. They banned the Akali instead. Now they take the Yone away.
So they just have to play it.
So let's see if Zeka just wants to play Victor like Chovy did.
Yeah, or you can play Ahri.
Can play Ahri. You don't have the Vi with it, but there are other champions that pair well. Talia seems like a really strong pick in this scenario. Aurora also has been pretty historically strong into the Yone if piloted well. It's a flex pick technically, but I don't think that's going to be utilized as such in this draft. Skarner is one of Peanut's favorites. Even though Skarner priority has dropped a little bit here in the LCK, is still very strong with Aurora. Really strong duo they've already got for themselves here. Sejuani is gone, so you're not getting Yone Sejuani in this draft here as Nongshim Red Force. You get the Ashe, however,
Yeah, they have the same color palette, you know?
I mean, they work really well together, but you can't have the Sejuani. Not allowed to have
But
it.
it's like, you know,
Maokai.
budget Sejuani.
Maokai, I think, a pick that's really underutilized here in the LCK, especially in the picks like Skarner, where in teamfights you can just push the roots out and say, you can't come towards me. Zeka just reminding everyone that Zayas did play Nidalee top.
Yeah.
But then also reminding everyone that it doesn't make sense in this draft to blocking the jacks.
Yeah, it's also blind jacks. I mean, technically, we could see like a Maokai or Yone flex, but yeah, that's not going to happen. GP is going to be end away. Definitely a good ban against Kingen. It's one that he's played many times into the jacks.
You know, I feel like a Gnar ban is coming as well.
Yeah, Gnar
I feel
ban.
pretty comfortable with that. As
Force him on a Gragas, you know?
Yeah, Gragas does kind of fit their relatively AD-heavy composition with Yone in the mid lane. I do think that Ezreal stocks went way up with how this draft was put together here for Nongshan Red Force, so that makes a lot of sense. Even though it's not great in the 2v2 necessarily into the Ashe, it's a very safe pick in general. As it's going to be a Gnar ban, you have to imagine. It could be a Gragas ban, but I think Gnar is just a little bit more textbook here. It's going to be one of the two, right?
Oh. Or they just ban Nautilus.
Okay.
Okay.
There is a decent amount of engage here already for Nongshim. With the Yone that can follow up on the Ashe arrows, the very easy setup for the Maokai. I wouldn't call, like, you know, Grasping Roots engage, but it empowers other types of engage to set up, you know, CC chains.
Maokai could still be support, by the way.
Yeah, that's true.
Even with the Nautilus.
The problem is you're on blue side, so trying to be tricky like that is a little bit tougher. And
what if you also picked Poppy? I don't think that's good here, but what if you did?
Well,
then they wouldn't know.
Yeah, they wouldn't know hardly anything. They would know Poppy wasn't being the AD carry. So looking for a Nidalee lock in here to flex that to support.
Or top.
I
mean, did you see Kingen's reaction?
I don't suggest that. That would be my official advice.
I mean, it doesn't seem very good.
I do remember the Diana.
Anivia, okay.
Anivia worked out decently for him last time. He showed a lot of mastery of it, so that pick I'm a little bit more on board with.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense.
The Blitzcrank for Lehens is a classic, MSI Championship classic. We'll see what the counter pick is going to be here for Delight. Walks in that final one here. No longer a mystery where the Maokai is going.
Rel?
I think it's probably Rel. It's not Karma. Don't worry, Atlas.
Or Leona? Yeah.
Leona feels very safe with the setup they already have. Super easy to set up for the Skarner or follow up for the Skarner. And if you hit somebody with a Solar Flare or you set up a Zenith Blade and then Jhin follows up, you know, that target is really going to struggle to get away. And I think it's very safe to play Jhin into Maokai because you're very rarely going to be in harm's way. It's a little bit tougher to play, though, the Jax and the Skarner. Because if you get rooted, you know, your whole kit just doesn't work. And you can't actually get into melee range. You can't do your things. I think there's a lot of power in this Maokai for Nongshan Red Forest. They can play around it. Follow-up CC is there. You have Maokai and Blitzcrank synergy was popularized by Canyon and Lehens. Like, this is a very strong set of champions. So I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah.
There he is.
Super Soldier.
Zeka Super Soldier. Look at the pecs. Oh, that's a famous actor, apparently. And Dangun, the caster.
Yes. A very famous caster
and Lolly
as well.
Knight MC.
Yeah.
Famously.
Yeah, famous caster and famous actor.
Yes.
I think, look, there's a lot of opportunity here for Nongshan Red Force. Less volatile composition than what they had in Game 1. Definitely some real power here, but it's going to come down to execution. I know that sounds obvious, but I mean, we're playing some real, like, execution-based champions here. The Anivia, we'll see.
Some real League of Legends tonight, Wolf. As we're getting ready for game number 2, looks like it is, in fact, ready. Let's hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we go. Calyx also has to prove himself. You know, Yone, not the easiest champion in the books. in the book.
Yeah.
In the books and in the book are different. That's weird.
Yeah. Don't cook Calix's books.
Yeah. That's also another one.
Yeah. Don't judge a book by its cover, Valdez.
All right, now you're just blowing my mind. I can't.
I'm booking it through all these.
Can't handle all these puns.
All right, let's book a trip together.
Yeah.
You and I.
Onto the Rift.
Yeah.
Game 2.
How about for the MSI qualifiers later on?
Yeah.
Busan, that sounds great.
I like that.
So, the last time Kingen played the Anivia was in the lane swap meta, where you could use your wall to block the minions, and
you can still do that.
Yeah, you still can,
even though it's not the lane swap.
That's right. And okay, all right,
got him.
100% accuracy so far.
I really like the Leona in this comp. I feel like it's perfect because you can fire stuff over a lot of the walls that Nongshim have, like the Anivia wall, the Maokai ult, without having to put your body straight in there. Like if you think about Rel, you could be rooted up, you could be arrowed, you can be behind a wall, you might have to flash on in. And also, if you get hooked by Blitzcrank, I think you're even more tanky than a Rel could be as Leona. I think Leona also a bit better for setting the Jhin up. So, yeah, it
does feel quite nice.
We were talking about, Rel and Leona, which one, but after thinking about it a little bit, I do like the Leona here.
Rel plus Impale, like Magnus Farm Impale is pretty insane, and I think that's what everyone was thinking in that moment, but I do like what you're saying in terms of how the lane interaction is going to go. So yeah, you mentioned that you can still do this. It feels a little bit less valuable. Like the value you got out of it in lane stops was like, well, this is insane, this is kind of free. It's okay.
Yep, going in. I think he wanted Lehens there, but unfortunately the end of the tether did go onto the Ashe.
Yeah, and Jude's just not even interested in cleansing.
Yeah.
It's just going to chill.
So Calix is not having a good time.
No.
I think Zeka is like, all right, now it's my turn. Remember game 1? Calix was bullying him a little bit in the lane.
So what you can do with this Anivia, if you time it correctly, play it well, is you can just stop the engage of the Jax by reactivating your Q and getting the stun. And then, you just put the extra damage in. You can also wall later on if you feel like you have kill pressure, tries to go in. So it's really difficult for the Jax to do things here. And if, it's a faster pathing jungler that can get it. Okay, hold up.
Yeah.
Gank.
We got some danger nearby. They don't know. And Peanut is not here, as there you go, flash on in. Zeka in a lot of trouble, does flash on over to his Skarner, and Calix says, nope, I can't go in on that one. Peanut a little bit too scary, as guess what, Delight's here as well. Zeka in a bit of trouble, but he's just going to get a bit of damage, and actually is totally fine. Gideon flashed down as he used it for the engage, and now he can't get out. That's first blood over to Peanut.
Well, I said it at the top of the series. I want to see how Gideon collides against one of the best counter gankers. Peanut was a little late, but not too late to save the play. Really nice flash engage from Gideon, but it did not quite have the damage. Zeka narrowly survives. We'll just TP back to lane. Kill does go over to the Skarner here. And already somewhat of a disastrous start here, but it was unfortunately Nongshim who tried to set this up. I mean, this is clean. Get the Q3, flashing from Gideon. Zeka only has his flash, right? No! He's got a Scorpion! The Scorpion says, stay away from my mid laner. Peanut saves Zeka, Delight shows up, and we know what happens next. Zeka gets a little bit of extra damage in there as well.
Yeah, I feel like Calix, I don't know, it looked a little bit awkward, like maybe he missed an auto when Gideon first went in there. You just have to imagine, like, what if Zeka just died and they were able to just take the 2v1 afterwards? It looked very close. I'd have to look at it again in slow motion to really know, but yeah, that might be a little bit sad for Calix if that is the case.
Yeah.
Definitely thought he had the kill at the end, too.
100%. And I also, like, the timing of Peanut showing up, you're like, well, if he was coming, he would have been here already. You kind of feel like you've got it. It feels like it's a done deal. I think most people even watching that with vision of Peanut would have felt the same way. Some wall shenanigans do ensue, but Zeus doesn't seem too peeved by the matchup. He's also a bit of a top Anivia enjoyer himself, so knows the matchup well. And he is 12 CS up on this quite unique pick that Kingen has brought out. Kingen had a bit of a weird eco on his back, so bought a Dark Seal with his tier and a Mana Crystal, which aren't in isolation really going to be items that are going to help him out too much here, versus the Null Magic Mantle, which feels actually quite valuable in this situation, as well as even the boots for Zeus. Really starting to feel like he's pulling ahead in this matchup for now.
So Peanut went from Drake, and he's going to be here for the grubs as well.
Just in time.
So they get the smite, yes, but that means that Nongshim only get one. So Life Esports, they get the first blood. They're getting kind of everything Life in this case. And you see that Gideon just kind of has to back awkwardly. They get the first blood. They get essentially both objectives. Not fully, but essentially.
Essentially. I mean, effectively, they got,
in essence,
like 3/4 of the things with 3 grubs and a dragon. But 2/3 of the grubs are theirs. The whole dragon, which is more valuable, is theirs as well. And Kingin is in trouble.
He doesn't really have a good way to get out of this one as the flash comes in, but guess what? Zeus has got his own, and, well, he's not quite in range.
Ooh, that's a feels bad moment for Zeus.
That was a kill.
Yeah, nearly a kill.
Should have been a kill.
Should have been, but it wasn't. And now he expended his flash and didn't get it. Otherwise, could have just been like, I'll let it go. Just keep my flash advantage, kill him on the return. Of course, Anivia does have a passive that would have made it so that if you tried to continue to push the issue there, would have not had a good time. Undeterred, of course.
Could have procced it, you know.
Yeah,
maybe
which is, it's all a long cooldown.
Time.
It's a long cooldown.
Yeah. Either way, still feeling pretty good as Zeus.
Yeah, there's so many words I think Valdez and I are trying to say. I don't think the pick is working out the way Kingin intended it to so far.
Yeah. I mean, now he's got his ult, so he's a lot more useful. I think he missed the cannon, and now he doesn't have his flash. Peanut is here. He is going to get the stun onto Peanut, and there's the ult, but eventually you just get hounded down by the Jax. Into the egg he goes, and you see Gideon's just doing the wolves.
Yeah,
like,
nothing
he can do.
He's too far away to even just stop them with the ult. I think that's why Kingin pathed that way, because he was like, maybe if I get just far enough, the very edge of Gideon's ult could save me and I get out. But nope, we'll lose his passive and his life, so it doesn't have his passive for the next potential exchange.
Well, Viper is going to go for the cleanse. Nice play from Lehens to go in with the flash first, but do they have the damage to finish him off? A couple more autos will do it, and Ziyu will get the kill, but he's dead. And so it's not good enough. Yes, you take down Viper, but it's just immediately traded back.
I don't think it matters too much the way that Lehens decided to use the hook there, but he probably could have gained some additional ground if he waited a second longer, pulled Viper back in while that damage was coming through. Didn't get as much value from the distance traveled there on the hook, but otherwise just needed to get into turret range to get the kill, and does end up dying as a result. Zeus is really just feeling himself this game. He's like, I got Merc Treads, I got a Doran's shield, and I just don't care about anything.
Yeah.
Your Anivia counterpick means nothing to me. Your ganks mean nothing to me. I'm naturally 700 gold ahead in this game.
Yeah. I feel like top laners in the LCK are in a really interesting spot where once we get to game 2s and game 3s where all of their main stuff is banned away, you see a lot of top laners struggling and trying to go for weird stuff like Yorick. And there's the Impale, the cleanse, not going to exactly work out. And guess who's here? It's Ace. Oh, the pull is fantastic. And it is going to save him for just a moment, as eventually Peanut has to get the dirty work done again. And he picks up his second kill.
Yep, big boulder to the back of the head. That's a big Skarner. Zeus, again, he doesn't care about anything.
Yeah, clearly.
Doesn't have turret aggro. Doesn't care.
Their face does not care at all. Calyx has ult and flash, so he's fine, but...
Man, I did tell people that I thought this series would be the most interesting of the week. I was very adamant saying, like, this one could be interesting. This could be a good one. Could be a banger. So far, I feel like I've let everybody down. I feel like I've accidentally been a little dishonest. It's not because
Is it you or is it Nonch?
I mean, I'm just not. It's not that I wasn't honest about my feelings about it. As Watch the Rock. It's just that I don't know. I think Hanwha are just a tier above. Like, I don't even want to blame Nongshim too much for this. It's just Hanwha looking super clean. Is
yeah.
Kingin
Well, we're going to be flashing on in. Very nicely done by Delight to get in front of that hook. Not sure if it was on purpose, but Lehens is just stunned to death. As eventually he does go down, the Maokai ultimate holds him in place for a bit. Zeka in a bit of trouble. Calix desperately wants a kill. He'll get one, and immediately he's hounded on by the rest of HaMaLife as they do take him out. Peanut is just so tanky at this point, but he will be also taken down as that is the bounty taken by Kingen. Nice little angle here, though, by Zeus, who, again, as we talked about, does not care about a single thing. Just going to jump on in. He's got backup, although Delight is going to miss. Now Zeus in an awkward spot, goes back in, gets the kill. And Gio just can't do anything, although Delight will have to pay for it with his life.
Man, Zeus at this point has just earned his right to have a blue side Jax ban. I remember his other play he had earlier this year where he just popped off of the team fight as well on this pick and lived forever. He just has such a mastery of the ways in which Jax can re-engage, like how much damage he needs to get a kill. I mean, minus that one play we saw Bob side earlier, a slight misjudgment there, but in team fights, he is looking practically perfect. Now, in this choke point against Anivia, against Ashe, it's really difficult to chase down and continue to actually force fights like this, so HaMaLife want to make it happen. Very challenging here, end up getting the kill here counter-wise. And then, as Kingen chases here with Gio, end up grabbing the Skarner. And as we fast forward, Zeus says, yeah, that was very cute, it was very interesting. You can use a little bit of CC on me, but I'm actually going to get on top of this bird. And then when he goes back in here, I think even Nongshim just did not expect. Kingen is just dead. Not sure what he really could have done to get out of there. He got the trade back kill on to the support as well, but it's not enough for Nongshim. Like, they didn't trade up in this fight. They didn't get any edges. And this Jax is becoming such a huge problem. Like, the Jax was already a problem, already a huge threat, already going to be a side lane issue.
Oh boy.
This one gets the kill.
Mountain Soul when you're already playing Leona Skarner into Blitzcrank. Will Lehens do anything in this game? It's not his fault, it's just the Blitzcrank. Gideon tends to take a bunch of damage, but beats them into this fight as Delight is going back in. Doesn't care if he dies. Nobody on HaMaLife Esports cares about anything as they continue to go in. And it's going to be the cancel on the Jhin ult. Zeus, again, doesn't care, goes back, gonna take down Lehens. Kingen has to flash. And this Anivia just isn't doing anything just yet.
Oh, man.
Still waiting to finish his rod.
You've got your res, but you probably want to keep it. Probably just walk away. You know, you're not as big into JRPGs as me, Atlas, and Chronicler, but I know you dabble.
I played a lot of Final Fantasy when I was younger.
Yeah, some modern remakes of some of the older games have like an auto battle feature.
Yeah,
I feel like that's what Han will press the auto battle.
When are they gonna take over and they're gonna be like, man, this AI is not doing it.
They're over leveled. They're a little bit tired of these encounters in the jungle.
Oh, man. They don't need the XP.
No, they don't.
They're going to win the fight anyway. They're going back in onto Delight, who, again, is just tanking everything with his face. There's the hook, and, yeah, he will be taken down for it. But guess who got another kill? It's Zeus on his Jax, 5-0.
5 kills on this Jax now.
Punished? Nope.
Nope, no ult here for Gideon.
Good read from Zeus.
He also, like, he didn't have flash. He flash rooted, and then the hook came through, and the King gets baby. But I can understand why there's a lot of respect being shown.
Well, they're going to take this 2v3, it looks like. HaMaLife Esports have decided the turret is not going down fast enough. Gideon takes a couple of turret shots, and he will be sacrificed. That's kill number 6. How many more will we get in this game? Let's count together.
Yeah, they banned the Akali that got 15 kills, but they forgot about the Jax.
Well, maybe number 7 coming in, guys. Say it all together. 7. Yay. We're counting together. Zeus, 7 kills.
Yeah.
It's still not 100 CS. Oh, there he goes.
Still waiting for Zeus' guest appearance on Sesame Street. I think he'd be a fantastic guest. He and the Count could hang out. As long as he's on the same team as... This is bold.
Well, is it? I mean, they're just bullying, man. HaMaLife are just a bunch of bullies.
Auto battler. Oh man, I'm like, hey, wait, I gotta turn that off. My AI keeps using the ult in a weird place. No, it just checks out. And Zeka was on the flank there. And this is looking doomed. I mean, this is just pouring salt into the wounds. And moments like this too, where you're like, well, we have the numbers advantage. We get this turret for sure. Wave gets thinned out. We do not have this turret for sure. Gideon takes a bunch of extra damage from the turret. Sure, they got the turret, but down he goes. And now, how do you get away from a Skarner? You put up that wall, but it's only going to buy you a little bit of time. Lehens pulls him in, and he's like, all right, well, Lehens, you know, I guess you sacrificed yourself. I guess I got out. That's how you do it, is you just let your teammate kill, not die to save you. That's the only way you get out is the Anivia. In this scenario, 7 kills over. Peanut looks stressed out for some reason on the player cam. Like, he's been looking like that for the last few minutes.
Ooh, nice hook. Yeah, it was a nice hook. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. But there's no follow-up here. But he grabbed him.
Yeah, it was a nice hook.
It was a nice hook.
Yeah, nicely done. It didn't do anything.
No.
We do have a TP coming in. And they do want to fight for this one. Another hook on the Skarner. I mean, it's just not playable for the Blitzcrank right now. A bit of damage onto him from Jiwoo, but it's all going into Skarner again. Oh, nicely done by Calix, though. Finds the angle on Azeka. But Zeus just got here. The follow-up on a Calix. They punish him for trying to go in and assassinate the 2 tanks. And now Viper's flashing on in. It's just a massacre of the Jax flavor. Another one comes in, and that's going to be the end of the Anivia.
Let Zeus have it. Let him have it.
Zeus doesn't want it. He hit Legendary. That's enough. 8. Yeah.
I thought maybe
Anivia has Rod of Ages, though.
My like high expectation is at least a 12-pluser. So, by the way, Zeus is not here, does not have teleport. I think this is the sole reason why Nongshim hard forced this fight. And yes, the Skarner is very tanky, absorbs a lot of the pressure, but they have the nice cross angle, and it's Ashe, so she can slow players down. You know, it's one of those front to backs you can play out, but Zeus does eventually show up. And that's when the fun stops. That's when the pain starts. And I totally am with Nongshim on this decision. Even though the target selection at the beginning of the fight isn't necessarily ideal, you do have a solid front to back there. But Zeus will eventually show up and save the day. And this is another kill for Viper at the end. He's got 5 himself. And we're only 17 minutes into this game, but I think the windows to come back into this one were closed long ago.
Yeah, they got bars on them.
Yeah.
And also they've been cemented over and covered with the sheet for good measure.
Yeah, it's like, it's an illusion of a window at this point.
Yeah.
It's really just a rectangular hole in front of a wall.
Yeah. It's just the Zeus angle. I said it at the beginning and I meant it. You know, it's really Chovy and Zeus that are kind of both trying to get that #1 spot in the LCK as the best player this season.
So you are a big Final Fantasy X enjoyer.
Yes.
Tidus or Titus?
I always called it Titus, but I think it is actually Tidus.
I'm Team Tidus. All right, we're having a fight.
You and I, or the
both?
Okay, well, they're going in. Polite is just, he only knows forward. He's only going forward. And he has died so many times in the weirdest ways.
Well,
4 deaths already.
I don't think that was the most ideal or opportunistic way to set up a secure of that turret by Hanwha Esports. I will say the window, you know, maybe there's a slight crack in it. You can see a little sunlight after this. But what can they turn this into? There's no dragon. You know, Otacon hasn't spawned yet, even though there are 25 kills in this game.
Turn it into the grub. Or just maybe almost die. Actually, just die. Yeah, Peanut's got the angle. Now, will Zeus get any other kills is what I'm curious about. As now, Viper hits 6, I believe. In goes Zeus into 3. Knows that he's got a lot of follow-up, but he goes down. 1,000 gold to Calix. But Zeus is really just baiting them back into the fight here so that maybe his team can do the Otacon in 18 seconds. Kingen is dead, as they're all giving him thumbs up. I think they're really not happy that he picked Anivia into them.
Yeah.
And here comes the Otacon.
Here comes the Otacon, right on spawn. Peanut's got the rock ready. Okay, a little early,
Yeah, a little bit excited.
Maybe Nongshim can win.
Timing's off here for Peanut for sure.
Yeah, Peanut's gonna have to get his head in the game, you know? It's clearly a 20-minute spawn on the dot. Otacon did come a little early. Well, this game is really done and dusted though, isn't it, Valdez? Like, for just a second there, it looked like maybe they were going to turn it into a Gromp play, like you said.
Yeah.
Maybe they were going to get the Gromp, maybe they were going to get something off of that Delight overextension, but they're just so far behind. And they go so up, so split. Like, Gideon is here by himself. Like, where's the call? What's the call here? He wants to go get vision so they can siege the turret. I mean, that's really what he's doing ultimately, but you know they're still nearby.
Yeah, if they're ever there, you
die. And then you
have
lose
to
your
respect
tempo.
it.
Yeah.
They might be there.
I think it would have been way safer to just kind of hang around the tri-brush, not push up, and be there to support your team as they siege the turret. But he went a little greedy, trying to get that deep vision, and that's 4 dead. Off of what was 1 kill onto Delight, attempted follow-up, a try, we could call it, by Nongshim. And that's all there is to it.
Yeah. So
1,000 gold went to Calyx, who has a gold lead.
Yeah, he does. The Calyx stripe coming through. Not sure how he managed that. I mean, he's having a good game. Like, his Yone is obviously pretty good.
He's had some good fights.
Yeah. I feel like he knows the good angles to go in, and you know, really the only reason in the top river that he didn't get any kills on the tanks was because Zeus peeled so well. Lahen's in trouble. The Jin locks him down, and you've got a couple of tanks, and you see Nongshim are just running away from him. You're going to give that kill over to Viper, and going to miss that last shot. But it's number 7 for Viper, who says, I'm not out of this yet. And keep in mind, we got Peanut behind them as well at number 6.
Yeah.
We got 8-7-6 on the kill feed.
I don't know if Zeka's getting 5 here. Not feeling good about it. Remember, I wanted Zeus to get 12. That was kind of my, like...
12 is your number now.
Yeah, that was my magic number for Zeus. Get away from me, ugly scorpion! He might actually be in trouble. He doesn't have flash.
Calyx is here. We got Lahen's here. Peanut in trouble. He's going to have to pay for his sins. Down he goes.
Ah, Peanut calling auto battling again. I mean, that
what
was...
is the... I always said my Scorpion's so deep.
That was... I mean, that one is kind of like... Okay, you're ahead, but that doesn't mean you could just kind of run the enemy inhibitor turret and try to grab that. That's one step too far, Peanut. I think Peanut, like, maybe Peanut needs to go to the bathroom or something. He's got this look on his face. He's like super stressed out, even though his team is totally bonking Nongshim right now.
Yeah.
And they're playing so rushed. Peanut's like, we gotta end this. I really gotta go, and I'm not gonna be a toilet issue guy. I'm not having that on my permanent record. Listen, I just hit a big milestone here in the LCK. I'm not trying to join the likes of Chovy right now. So I'm going to need you guys to close this one out. Why were you there to follow up?
Who else do we have? Diablo did it, right?
Carrier.
Duck Down one time, I think?
Yeah.
Aiming? I feel like...
I'm not sure.
I think Aiming had one time.
Aiming did have a few pauses across his time.
Well, you're getting flanked, and Humalife have found you again. Delight is only going forward. He aims for Jiu, misses kind of pathetically, doesn't care. Zeus still super dead. The Zeus flank comes in, and Gideon is also going to go down. Just dodge the Jin bullet, I guess.
He got 1 kill there. The little was taken from him. So we're at 9.
He's getting close to 12. You guys,
what are you? What are we doing? Got him! Got him!
They got the look.
Worth, get out, Worth! Oh, get out!
Yeah, huge play by Nongshim here. Oh, ooh, Calyx.
I mean,
a little feisty.
I do appreciate. I mean, like Nongshim, there is no window back into this one, I don't think. But I mean, finding stragglers, finding people who are just kind of, I don't know, phoning in the rest of this game in. I mean, yeah,
auto battle,
auto battle. Maybe you can get somebody there. As this fight starts off with Delight going in. Calyx is trying to find the perfect angle because he's only got 1 ult. Well, the follow-up is so hard. King is isolated. Zeus just decides, I don't want this Anivia anymore. I want to go in and fight. Ends up getting the kill here onto Gideon. And then Delight is on a control ward. Gets hit by the Maokai as well, the plant sapling thing. It does end up going down. We're not going to watch that. Only watch Nongshim member die, not watch Hanwha member die.
Yeah.
They have Mountain Soul. And like,
I like how Viper got a kill as well.
Yeah.
So it's like 9 and 8 now instead of 8 and 7. Zeus is like, I dare you to hook me. My whole team's here. I got my squad with me. And Gideon's like, oh no, where's my squad? Somebody help me, please. And he's actually going to live with the help of his team. So there you go.
The Roots keep Hanwha at bay. But it's not going to stop them now from taking this Baron, or at least attempting to.
Well, they might just take Nongshim instead. Yep. Jiu doesn't get to play the game. He's gone reverse legendary at this point. He's got 8 deaths. Lahens goes down. Kingen gets pulled over his own wall. The worst feeling as an Anivia player. And there you go. It's 3 kills. We're looking for more. The Mikhails comes out. And he will survive.
Man,
I don't know about their base, though.
It does not feel like Baron just spawned. You know what I mean? I feel like we've watched 40 minutes of just an absolute. There's not a word in the English language to explain the dominance we have seen. Auto battle. But like, in this moment, Gideon has to use his ult right to try to get his team escorted out of there. Nice knockback. The arrow keeps Zeus at bay. They try to use the wall. They're like, aha, gotcha. But then Zeka has the flank, destroys the 80 carry in a matter of, less than seconds.
Yeah.
And then it's just egg time. Kingen can't do anything. There's nothing here for Nongshim. But this has just been one of the most demoralizing stomps we have seen in a while, because Nongshim are still trying, you know?
Nongshim are a top 5 team in the LCK.
Yeah.
They're a top 5 team, legitimately. and HLE are giving them the beating of a lifetime. Lahens, he's pretty much dead, although he is going to get away for now.
I mean, the Ash Peel is real in this. Oh, get rocked.
The alley-oop. Get rocked. I like that. Who got the kill, though? Oh, it was Peanut.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, he's trying to catch up now, you know? We got the Red Bull Baron power play, by the way. As Gideon and Kingen will eventually be ran down here. Kill goes to Zeka, who believes he's still in the running for the kill play, as even Flash is going to be used. Number 9, number 10, actually, for Viper. Who's taking the lead.
I think that's it, too. I think that's 12 of the game.
12 assists?
Yeah, he is very large, very big, very in charge. That's a nice try.
Yeah. Can't do that to Aurora. Down goes the Nexus. That's a 2-0 from HLE. Everybody's got a big smile on their faces. Even Peanut is feeling better now. Yeah, they just kind of destroyed them. Lahens, he knows, you know.
Former teammate Viper. Oof, that was a bit of a rough one. I think most expected more from Nongshim in this series, but it's just a stark reminder of the talent in this roster and how much synergy they have already built up. First-stand champions, defending LCK champions. This team looks like they are the only team to challenge Gen G right now, and I cannot wait for the rematch.
That's what we're all waiting for. Zeus says, no, I'm the best player in the LCK. That's what he's saying. It's still up for debate. I think Chovy is probably still number 1 at this point. Peanut, he looks fine. He looks relieved. Not sure exactly why, but feels better after the win, I suppose. Yeah, that's the
chicken Yone.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with that, but whatever they want, because it's good drawing. Delay had a big role to play in this game. Lahens, I think, frustrated with the Elise performance we saw in Game 1. You know, the volatility of that Game 1 draft just leads to games that, as I was talking about earlier, as the space was talking about, can just be one-sided, can be weird. But Game 2 is just kind of an outclassing of everywhere. And it's 2 Lahens support picks that are risky, high risk, high reward, that just did not pay off. Now, I'm not going to put all the blame on Lahens because there was bleeding everywhere. But I think those are the 2 picks I think that stand out the most, along with the Anivia that did not function as the counter pick that Kingen wanted, which I think if you didn't have the Diana game, we'd forgive it, but it's starting to feel a little bit weird because
like I said,
is much bigger than what he shows.
It's hard. The top laners are struggling if you're not Zeus or King. It's like, oh, I'm going to play something weird, and then they just get absolutely bodied, and it's not very close. So top laners are going to figure out picks that aren't the top 4 that they can play consistently. Otherwise, might start to see more top bans against certain teams.
Yeah, I mean, even Doran being targeted in the T1 series, you know, it seemed a little bit strange, but it paid off.
It's a thing.
Yeah, like, we know some of these top players have their side picks that they like, but like, for Kingen, that's the GP. They banned it. They're like, nah, not happening. Play something else. And I think with GP, he has a much better game. He has a much better performance. It's some pick he's career-wise been great on, but this did not come to pass in this one. Great
play Gnar, you know?
He could have, yeah. They left that one up.
Yeah. There were other options, but yeah, tried to go for the Anivia. And it's not only just Anivia, but especially when you're playing it into Zeus, like he is always going to punish you, and Peanut will as well. Like Peanut, he's like a shark. If he smells weakness, if he smells blood in the water, he will go there immediately. And that's exactly what he did. He made Kingan's life hell in this game.
Yeah. There's one more thing I have to address. It's definitely Tidus.
Tidus? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think it is.
Yeah.
It's just when I was younger, I didn't know anything.
It's never spoken in any dialogue, so it's hard
to...
There's no proof that it's one way or the other, but it's definitely Tidus. Look at the damage here for the side of Nongshim. Pretty paltry, unfortunately. Just no control start to finish. The gold graph tells the whole story. And Hanwha Life, such a strong team right now. One of our big favorites. And we knew they were the favorites coming into this series, but I wasn't sure how much it would have felt like a walkover we were going to get. You know, this just felt like Nongshim.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a reality check.
Like, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Zeus gets the POM. Not a big surprise for me, as that will be the POM this time around. I'm trying to see, yeah, okay, so DK and Hanwha Life Esports, they play next Sunday. So not tomorrow, but next Sunday. And that one, I think that's really the last chance for every other team to say, do we have a top two? Is it a two-team region?
Wait, we're a two-team region again? No!
Are we a two-team region, or are we maybe like a 2.5?
Or are we just a one-team region?
I think Hanwha Life in this current form can match Gen.G.
Well, that's what we won't find out for a long time, right? Right now, it's feeling like at least like a 1.8 team region.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Guys, we do have the POM interview to go right now. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeus on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations! Thank you. Hanwha Life Esports just keeps getting stronger. You have secured your 5th consecutive victory. How do you feel? You know, alongside the consecutive victories, I think we're actually building up a lot of confidence, which is such a great momentum for our team. So I'm just really glad that we're able to continue this. And following your last match, you got another POM today, and you're already at 300 POM points, taking the sole 2nd place. And you've been performing flawlessly and improving day by day. How do you look back? I feel like there are a lot of matches where it wouldn't be weird for any side to win. So I think I've just been really lucky so far. How modest of you. And in game 2, Kingan pulled Anivia out, which was a pocket pick, and it's something that you have played before as well. How was the matchup? Yeah, I mean, I did play Anivia, but it was during a different meta, so I really had no idea. It was very unexpected. And so in level 1, because Anivia took W first, he came to lane pretty late, and I just really tried to consider and come up with an idea of like how I'm going to win this lane. And you took Grasp against the ranged Anivia, so is proccing Grasp doable? You know, Jax usually does take Grasp of the Undying. And I just really thought that it would honestly be just as effective against Anivia, so I just went with it. This surely was the kind of detail that only you can pull off. Following yesterday, we got another pentakill today. Zeka is officially the 2nd player to get pentakill of the 2025 LCK regular season. Yeah, Zeka did get the pentakill, and maybe it's just because there was a pentakill yesterday. Maybe there's some science behind him getting it today. Do you want to congratulate him? Congrats, I guess. And now that you secured your 5th win in a row, your next opponent for the 6th one will be OK Saving Spring Brion. What is your resolution? You know, I think every victory counts a lot, and I feel like it's just our chance to really be flawless and be prepared. So many fans are here for you, including actor Park Jung-min and caster Dang-gun. So Is there any word over to your loving fans?
롤리나잇 할 때 많이 뵀었는데 또 응원해.
당근 someone I have met during Lolly Night. And as for actor Park Jung-min, I do personally really like him. So I'm really happy that they're here. And what about your fans? Of course, I love our fans. What are your thoughts on that fan sign? I like it.
팬분들 다시 오늘 오는데 교통이 너무 안 좋더라고요. 그래서 오는데
Yeah.
고생하셨을 텐데.
On our way to the match, there was so much traffic, and I'm sure that you guys went through so much today. So thank you so much, fans, for all the support, as always. And that's the end of the interview with Zeus, and back to the space. Thank you.
Just like actor Park Jung-min, we definitely knew it was the super soldier Zeus. That was definitely going to get the POM.
We've seen fans adjust their posters. They're like the 2-0 and then just
slash
2-1. That's a live adjustment on the spot.
He's known as a great actor, so he's really great at it.
I was going to say, that's what makes a great actor. Improvisation, understanding the situation as we take a look at the POM votes for this last series. I feel like Gen G and Hanwha Life Esports did not get the memo. It was not upset week for them. It was just dominance day as votes all over the place. Everyone played well. Did everyone get one? Oh, no,
Peanut didn't. Honestly, Peanut was really impactful. I feel like, particularly in the Skarner game in the early game, he did he had that death later on, which maybe people judged him for, but I think if people had had a Peanut vote as well, it would have been pretty valid. I think everyone played well.
I think Peanut was on a boring role, which is just engage. So,
but here's a big thing. He had like over 200 Heartsteel stacks. We never see that in the LCK. He finished the game with like 34, and it hurts to see like it stacks up and they don't proc it. Peanut, even if he didn't get any votes, he lived his best life. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Media going with mostly mid. Actually, the chat. Soup and Chijijik helping out, making sure that Zeus got the POM for this one. Let's take a look at the comments.
Wait, what? You just wrote Jack's skill?
Yeah.
Read the whole thing.
Active. Jax enters evasion for 2 seconds. A defensive stance that causes him to dodge all incoming non-turret basic attacks and take 25% reduced damage from all area effect abilities from champions. It's pretty OP.
Is it Jax OP or Zeus?
Yes.
What did your turn?
All right. So I just voted for Viper because he played most boring role, which is just getting lane priority into the win. So I feel like he deserves a spot. And also, he didn't have any single clueless stats. So that also gives a point for Viper as well.
Yeah, Widid is also close friends with Viper, so...
No, it doesn't work like that.
Oh, yeah, no, totally.
It doesn't work like that.
Do the voice, Widid. Do the voice. Do the voice. Read it the way that you're supposed to.
Wait, what?
Read it the way that you're supposed to. The way that you did it earlier.
No, no, I'm not going to do that.
You did it. You did it earlier. Oh, Shy did. All right, let's go finally to Wolf here on the global side. Again, going back to the Jax. And he said it on the cast. Blue side Jax bans may be necessary here for the top side of the map. Zeus just making it very, very difficult.
I think we're kind of learning about players like Zeus and Chovy. You just don't have enough fans.
Bamboo Copter Master.
Bamboo Copter. Yeah, there we go.
That's a reference, obviously, to the Counter-Strike. Right?
Yeah, which I also referenced. Me and Helios, same mind.
That's right. Helios earlier in the week with that the H Legacy junglers of the LCK. I still love that one. I've officially joined the Church of Zeus.
Whoa, that's the Church of Chovy?
That's...
He's a convert?
Oh.
I'm not sure about that one, but yeah, he's really good.
He's just a big fan of Greek mythology as we move to Pony, whose earlier comment and vote got booed. This time, from draft to in-game, all I can feel is...
Zeus' presence.
Which,
there's a word for that. It's called aura.
Prince Azir's making me relive the nightmares of 2022. Oh, Prince. He was on the victim end of that.
Yeah, receiving end. Yeah. Always feels different when you're getting beaten up by it on the Rift.
Yeah. We take a look at that final game here. Again, Nongshim tried again with the unique draft. Didn't quite work out, and it was comprehensive across the map.
Yeah, this one was just a bit unfortunate for Kingen. The Anivia actually can handle the Jax pretty well 1v1, especially as you have the egg as backup. But if you're getting ganked in a situation like this where you are pushed up, there's not much you can do, and he's just trying to run away. Zeus burns him down to egg form. They clean him up. And this was the beginning for Zeus just running rampant in this game. He got so much value in all these fights.
Yeah, I think his Jax was on point. Like his skill usage in the team fight especially, it's pretty insane. You know, we could see it from the highlight as well, the weekly highlight, the usage of his items and the skills and the way how he uses the flash and everything is just helping out HLE. And it's not only about him attacking the enemy team, but also the way how he survives it out of it. So, I mean, everything on Jax is all about just dodging their skill shots, also surviving from their attacks, you know? So you got the aggro of it. So.
Yeah, it's such a high value pick in this situation because like Blitzcrank can't knock you up. The main damage dealers are the Ashe and the Yone, who are both auto attack based. They can't do much damage to you. The Nivea got set behind, so not really too much of a threat there. And it kind of felt like Zeus knew this and really just was finding so many angles to get max value. And as you said, like we've seen clips from him before where he'll get super low in terms of HP, but he'll rely on the Sundered Sky procs and just keep fighting, keep pulling out new rotations of cooldowns.
Yeah, and at this point, Valdez, new father here, started the counting of how many kills Zeus had. It was, I think that was 6 and then 7, and he was just having fun throughout was Zeus. Dominant here for Hanwha Life Esports, looking great on this roster and this team. Along with Gen.G, look like the class of the league as we take a look at the standings after today's matches. It is those two standing atop alone.
Yeah, both of them with massive win streaks. HLE only losing that first series to Gen.G, so it's going to be exciting when we see them rematch. Question is, will anyone be able to take them down? I think right now, D+ still need to play not only HLE, but a couple of the other top teams, so I'm wondering how they will fare against them. That might be HLE's next big test, but if I'm being honest, Gen.G and HLE don't look likely to lose a series before the end of this first round robin.
No, and also at this point, the teams are more thinking about the offsets after those crazy offsets this week. So I feel like they're playing more, again, I would say just playing for more fundamentals and play for basics. And I think Gen.G and HLE especially, they're playing better when you compare it, the basics compared to other teams. So I feel like Gen.G HLE just looks so stronger than other teams.
Today's matchup, or tomorrow's matchup, will be D+ versus DRX and KT versus the DN Freaks, the only team here in the LCK still seeking their first series win. Who knows? Week of upsets is not done, but it definitely was not today as Hanwha Life Esports and Gen.G reign supreme. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.